What up, guys? Gangspranks are back with a brand new episode of my monthly figure purchases. Welcome back to another month of me making bad decisions. We are here for the month of October 2023. Hope you guys enjoyed the last episode. A lot of cool stuff in that episode, and a lot of cool stuff is going to be in this episode. Got a bunch of cool pieces, got some big pieces, got some custom pieces, some very exciting, I don't want to use the word pieces again, but exciting pieces of art to add to my collection. A lot of cool things, and I can't wait to show off those throughout the episode. But before we get into that, we do have to take care of some business. In case you missed the last episode, the episode that we did for September 2023, in that video, I announced that I was going to be doing a giveaway, and I was going to be giving away this figure right here, the very nice, very evil, ringside exclusive Danhausen figure. Please don't close, Danhausen. We need, just bear with me for a few minutes. Just kind of stay open like this. That's not bad, but I can see that it's slowly closing. It's like I'm on a time limit, and it's slowly ticking away. Tick, 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 tick. All right, I think it's finally at a place where it's like, it's going to stay open. So in that episode, I announced that I was going to be doing a giveaway, and to enter the giveaway, you had to do two things. One, you had to like the video, and two, you had to leave a comment on that video saying very nice and very evil. The funny thing about that is that only 2 people ended up doing just that, and it was just the funniest thing because so I uploaded the video, I waited about 24 hours, and then I went to go check to see like how many likes and comments that it had, and so I uploaded it, waited about a day, went to go check it, and I checked the video stats, and it had four or five likes. I don't remember which one it was, and it had 0 comments, and I was like, is this thing broken? Why the fuck are people liking the video and not commenting? I thought that was really weird. So I went on the video, I looked just to verify that there was no comments posted. There was 0 comments posted, but it still had 4 or 5 likes. And I was just like, okay, that's weird. Does nobody want this figure? Like, what the heck is going on here? But thankfully, a couple people did end up liking the video and leaving the comments, which I appreciate. And the people that ended up doing the liking the video and the commenting is a person by the name of J2 Slick and another person by the name of Baltimore Crew. Without further ado, let's actually see who is going to be the winner out of both of those people and who is going to be the winner of this figure here. Here we are with the determining game to see who is going to be the winner of the ringside exclusive Danhausen very nice, very evil figure. We've only got 2 people who entered the giveaway, so I was thinking the best way to determine the winner, I was gonna do the wheel, like a wheel kind of thing, but I'm like, it'd be kind of dumb for only 2 people, so we're gonna do a heads or tails flip coin. We're gonna do best of 5, and whoever gets to 3 first will be the winner. So our contestants, we've got on one side, who will be the person claiming heads, is going to be J Slick, and on the other side, the person that it will be getting tails is going to be Baltimore Crew. First off, I want to say shout out to you guys. I'm glad it's going to be one of you guys that is going to be the winner, because something that YouTube allows me to do is see who is subscribed to me, and not only that, see how long they've been subscribed to me. And Jay, you've been subscribed to me for 9 years, and Baltimore, you've been subscribed to me for 8 years. So if there's anyone that's going to win this figure, I'm glad it's going to be one of you two. Without further ado, let's determine the winner. So, our first coin flip. Let's see who will be the winner. Again, Jay will be taking heads, and the Baltimore Crew will be taking tails. So, our first flip, let's see who it's going to be. It is heads. That is 1 point for J2 Slick. Round 2. Heads again. That is 2 for J Slick. He only needs 1 more heads win, and he wins the Danhausen figure. Let's see. Hopefully it's not a complete blowout, because this part will be very, very disappointing. Alright, let's see what it's going to be. Tails! Okay. Perfect. Baltimore Crew gets 1. So we've got 2-1. Jay still needs just 1 to win. Alright, we're going in for our 4th flip. Let's see what it's going to be. I'm kind of nervous. It is heads. And with that, your winner of the Danhausen figure is going to be J2 Slick. J2 Slick, you are now the proud owner of a very nice, very evil ringside exclusive Danhausen figure. Congratulations on winning. Baltimore crew, I feel bad. I was going to feel bad either way, whether Jay lost or Baltimore lost. Like, you know, just like someone has to win, you know? And unfortunately, I only have one thing to give away. So someone was going to be a loser and someone was going to be a winner. That's just the way it's going to be. But like I mentioned, you guys have been subscribed to me for, you know, respectively 9 and 8 years. So I want to thank you guys for the long-term support. Been with me from almost the very beginning, to be honest. So that was super cool to see. I'm glad it's going to be one of you guys that won it. And yeah, congratulations to J2 Slick. I will be getting in contact with you, getting your information about getting this figure to you as soon as possible. And now that we took care of that, we can now get into the figure showing off. So without further ado, I am going to play a pre-recorded video. In case you're not familiar, I show this video in every episode because I kind of go with the assumption that, you know, every episode might be someone's first episode. So in case it is your first episode, I'm going to show this video off and basically breaks down all the different collections, what I'm building towards and what I'm looking for. If this is not your first time watching, you know, there's going to be timestamps in the description and you can skip and go to whatever section that you want to watch. So feel free to skip around if you'd like or watch the video, whatever makes you happy. Feel free to do that. But without further ado, let's cue up that video and then let's get into some figure showing off because we got some cool stuff this episode. Before I show off what I got for the month, I'm going to quickly go through what I'm collecting and what you can expect in this series. And it breaks down to 8 different collections. First one, we got Marvel Legends. For this, I mainly collect Spider-Man and X-Men, mainly anything that comes in those lines. I've broken down and basically started collecting one of each character. I don't collect everybody per se. There are characters where I will shy away from. Characters who I'm very not familiar with, I will stay away from. Unless they're on clearance and they're a good deal, I might snag them up. But I tend to just stick with characters that I'm familiar with or I know somewhat. And with Marvel Legends, I don't collect any MCU figures. I mainly just do comic, video game, or animated show design characters. Next, I collect McFarlane's DC Multiverse. For this, I mainly just do Batman, his allies, his villains, just kind of get one of each. I am starting to build out some other collections like Flash and Green Lantern. Now I'm kind of looking to collect one of each major character. Major villains, major heroes, to kind of do like a Legion of Doom and a Justice League kind of setup. For this as well, no movie figures, strictly video game or comic inspired designs. Next, I collect Transformers. For my Transformers collection, I only collect Beast Wars figures or animal characters, whatever you'd like to say. With this, I started collecting with the Kingdom line, and that has transitioned to the Transformers Legacy line, so that's what I'm collecting now. I also collect the retro Beast Wars figures, and for this, I'm just kind of looking to collect a one of each, Predacons, Maximals, stuff like that. Next, I collect Dragon Ball SH Figuarts. For this collection, I'm just looking to collect one of each character. Now, each character does have multiple forms, like Goku, for example, has 7 different Saiyan forms. I might collect those all eventually, but my main priority is just getting one of each character. Next, I collect Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. With this one, it's a little weird. I like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I respect them more than I like them. I grew up somewhat with them, but I'm not crazy about them, but I like them enough to where I want some representation of them in my collection. So that's why I've decided to collect the Loyal Subjects Best Action line. For this, I just really want the Turtles and Shredder. They are creating other characters, but for me, I want to collect all 4 Turtles and Shredder. And once I have that, I'll start to collect some of the other figures. But if they decide to end the line eventually, I'll be happy with having the Turtles and having Shredder. Next, I collect video game characters. For this, I mainly collect characters from video games that kind of mean something to me, my favorite games. I also collect some figures of characters from other games, kind of, you know, bigger games, Sonic, Mario, stuff like that. But I tend to just pick characters from games that I really care about. Next, I collect Power Rangers. For this, I collect Hasbro's Power Rangers Lightning Collection. With this, I'm looking to collect one of each Ranger, each villain, just one of each. There's also a couple different items in the Lightning Collection. They're starting to do the Zords, and they do some roleplay items. For me, I do plan on collecting the Zord Ascension Project as they release more of that. In terms of roleplay items, not for me. I'm just about the figures. And then last but not least, I collect wrestling figures. For this, I collect mainly WWE Elite Style or AEW Unrivaled Unmatched. I collect both those lines. I'm just looking to collect one of each wrestler. And fun fact about this collection in particular, it is the only collection of mine that I take out of box for whatever reason. Everything else stays in the box, and I display it as such. So now that you know what I collect, let's see what editions are going to be coming to my collection this month. All right, there you have it. Those are the different collections that I am building towards, and I'm happy to say this episode is going to be pretty action-packed because we've got an edition for each collection. Always very exciting when that happens. And the thing we are going to start off with for this episode is going to be the graphic novel. The graphic novel I read for the month is a book I was kind of looking forward to. It's starring a character that I don't really like as much as other people do. I like him when he's part of this group, but on his own, I just kind of feel like he's overexposed in books. Like he's got like one or two single books, and he's like in every single team book. Let me just introduce the character in the book that I'm talking about, and then, you know, what I'm saying will kind of make sense. So the book that I read for the month of October is going to be The Death of Wolverine. Like I was mentioning, Wolverine's not really my favorite character. I'm a big X-Men fan. I've stated that multiple times. Love me the X-Men. But when it comes to Wolverine, I always feel like he's kind of been put forth, not kind of, a lot. Like he's been put in the forefront of the X-Men. Whether it be in comics or the movies or the shows, he's always kind of taken the focal point of the team. And I'm not really a fan of that. I do think Wolverine is an interesting character, and, you know, a lot of his history and backstory is kind of shrouded in mystery, and I understand why people would gravitate towards him. And I'm not saying I hate Wolverine, I just don't like him as much as he's kind of presented. But I saw this book on sale on Amazon, and I remember when this was actually announced, I was kind of interested, because deaths of characters, they happen all the time. Death of Batman, Wolverine, Captain America, Iron Man, Superman, all these heroes always die, right? But how do you kill somebody that has a healing factor? How do you kill somebody that has an adamantium skeleton? You know, he doesn't really have too many weaknesses. And I was kind of interested when they announced it. This book is quite old. I believe this is from 2014. Could be wrong on that. I don't know if they've got a year anywhere. All right, I looked through the book. I cannot find a year, but I believe 2014. I want to say 2014 is when this story was originally launched. And like I said, I was interested to see how it would kind of play out because, you know, how do you kill this person? And it is explained what kind of triggers him to be killable. They do mention what's happening to him, but they don't really explain, which is something I would have liked. I would have liked more background into, basically he loses his healing factor. We're going to read the synopsis on the back. I believe it mentions it there, but that's really the main thing. He loses his healing power, his healing factor, and every wound that happens to him is kind of permanent. And then not only is his healing factor gone, but you have the adamantium skeleton, which is kind of slowly poisoning him. Let's read the synopsis real quick before I want to see what's mentioned before I kind of like talk about some stuff. So here is a nice shot of the back. Death carrying Wolverine. Logan is no stranger to death. He's killed thousands. He's watched teammates, friends, and lovers die. Now, stripped of his healing factor, the X-Men and Avenger faces his own date with the Reaper. There's a bounty on his head, a price big enough to put a horde of enemies and assassins on his trail. The race is on to find him. But who put the contract out? Sabretooth? Viper? Or someone even worse? When Logan discovers that this mystery foe wants him alive, he turns on the offensive. As the hunted becomes the hunter once more, he's determined to die the way he lived. The Wolverine will go out fighting. And there you can see, collects Death of Wolverine's issues 1 through 4, written by Charles Soule and illustrated by Steve McNiven. That is something that we'll talk about later because I do like the art quite a bit. And here are some reviews from some websites. Logan is going out swinging, a classic Wolverine story, and beautiful and brutal. So I actually did not mention that part. There is a contract out on him to capture him alive, and then, that brings out all his fun friends from the past. I will say, in regards to the people that you kind of expected to play a role in this book, I thought it was kind of disappointing. Like, you're missing out on certain characters, like Omega Red, I would say is kind of a big villain for Wolverine. Actually, I guess I'm going to kind of get into spoiler territory. I'm not going to spoil the ending. And I mean, that's really not a spoiler either because, hey, look at the name of the book, Death of Wolverine. I'm not spoiling anything. So maybe we'll talk about how he dies, which I don't know how I felt about it. But yeah, when I kind of was going into this book, I was kind of expecting like the greatest hits of Wolverine, like bunch of villains from his past, maybe a Silver Samurai, Omega Red, like I mentioned, Sabretooth, a Viper, maybe Alpha Flight, maybe some people from Weapon X, maybe his son Dakin. I believe that's how you pronounce the name, Draken, something like that. I think it's Dakin, or X-23. And to be honest, you don't really get a lot of those characters I just mentioned. In terms of people that appear in this book, you do get your Sabretooth. He does appear in the book, but I will say he plays almost a non-existent role, which is super disappointing in my opinion. That's kind of like, if Batman were to die and Joker would not have anything to do with it. Like, it just seems so weird. Sabretooth is in the book, but he's in it for about maybe 5 or 6 pages. And then he's just kind of gone. You do have Viper. She does play a little bit of a role. You got Lady Deathstrike. And you do have an appearance from an X-Men. It was an X-Men who I kind of expected, but I was kind of hoping for another one. I'll just kind of say who it is. Kitty Pryde, or Shadowcat, whatever you want to call her. She makes an appearance in the book. I was kind of hoping, like, she would make an appearance, but also, like, maybe Jubilee, because Jubilee and Wolverine have always had a close relationship as well. I would have liked to even have seen other X-Men appear in the book. Maybe a Nightcrawler, an Angel, Psylocke, whoever the hell else was, like, alive at this current point in the comics. But yeah, at the end of the day, I just kind of felt like this book was just okay. Like, I didn't feel like this was the greatest Wolverine story I've ever read. I'd probably leave that to Old Man Logan, which is a personal favorite of mine. But yeah, with the Wolverine in this story, I just kind of felt like it was always kind of lacking something. I do like who the person that put the contract out ended up being. I thought it was a full circle kind of moment. I won't say who that person was, but I'll leave a little bit of a surprise for who's in the book. But if you're familiar with Wolverine, and I kind of gave a little bit of a spoiler or a hint, I would say, where I said it comes full circle, you can kind of narrow it down to who it might be. I will show some pages of the book because that is something I do want to talk about, is the art of the book, who was done by Steve McNiven. Forgot the guy's name. I thought he did a phenomenal job. I thought the art was really good. Like, this is the first page of the book. You see a battered Wolverine, all bloody, set in British Columbia. He knows his healing factor isn't working. And here's a bunch of people who are trying to hunt him down, and he's slaughtered them. Just like the back of the book said, he slaughtered thousands of people. Here is Reed Richards with Wolverine, kind of talking about his condition. This is actually one of my favorite scenes in the book. This character by the name of Nuke, I believe it is. He tries to take the bounty on Wolverine, and yeah, I'll just say it doesn't end too well. There's Sabretooth and Viper, a nice shot of them, and then I believe that leads into issue 2. Yeah, here's issue 2, the cover of it. Here's a nice flashback of Wolverine and Sabretooth from a previous battle of theirs. So yeah, I think the art is solid. It really is probably one of my favorite parts about the book. I think the story is a little bit left to be desired. I just would have liked more people from his past to have played a role, like a Sabretooth. Like I mentioned earlier, I just think Sabretooth being so neutered in this book is kind of criminal. So I wasn't really a fan of that. I didn't think they had to have like some, knockdown, drag out fight, but either some interaction, like a heart-to-heart, where they're kind of like, we've been doing this for so many years, when's it finally going to be over? And then Wolverine can be like, hey, it might actually be over sooner than you think. Like, just a quick line like that I thought would have been cool. Would have added a lot to the book. And then I do want to get into a little bit of spoiler territory, so you've been warned. You know what? We'll put for the next minute, we'll do a little bit of spoiler talk. Starting now. So, in terms of how he dies, I would say it's kind of lame, in my opinion. Like, I like the thought behind it. I'll just kind of show what happens in case you're interested. Like I said, this is spoiler territory. But the person that ends up putting the contract on him is Dr. Cornelius. I believe that's the doctor's name. And he's the guy that performed the Weapon X experiment on Wolverine. And he wants to kidnap Wolverine, wants to study him so he can put in a healing factor into, creating more Wolverine-type characters. And then there's this guy that's been captured, as you can see here, being experimented on. And then before the adamantium gets to go into his skeleton, Wolverine slashes the container and the adamantium covers him, and he actually ends up getting absolutely drenched in the adamantium, basically burning to death underneath all that. And eventually he gets to kill Dr. Cornelius, the guy who kind of turned him into a monster. And then he just kind of turns into a very shiny statue. So kind of an interesting way to go. I thought I was going to hate it way more than I did. Because when you think Wolverine, you kind of expect him to go out, swinging, literally. And, he didn't end up doing that. But he did end up going out a hero, saving that person from, going through an experiment and him having to go through the trauma and stuff that Wolverine went through. So he ended up saving that guy and, turned into an adamantium statue. So spoiler talk is over. Hope you guys enjoyed it. But yeah, overall with this story, I thought it was very okay. I think there's a lot left to be desired, and I don't know. I just don't feel like it was the best swan song for Wolverine. And even these type of books, like no character stays dead forever. Because I think at the time when they were doing this book, they were doing the battle world in the comics. So as soon as Wolverine ends up dying, they end up bringing in, actually it was Old Man Logan, they end up bringing into the actual continuity for the 616 universe, which is where, everything Marvel takes place. So that was kind of lame because it's like, this is the death of a big character, and then you're just kind of filling in his role immediately with another version of him. So, yeah, a little disappointing, but I do like the idea of it. But I felt like they could have done a better job, in my opinion. I would say if you're a Wolverine fan, definitely check it out. You might have read it already. I would say if you have a slight interest in this, wait for it to go on sale and then pick it up. I don't think it's worth the full price. It is a bit of a short read, as you can see here. Small book. Actually, I think there's a lot of... I'm trying not to spoil anything, but this whole back half of the book is like extra covers and I think interviews with the writer and stuff like that. So it's a bit of a short one. So you can breeze through it pretty quickly. That's why I would recommend you picking it up on a sale. But I will say, if you do want to kind of watch this play out, and I think they did a better job of it, in my opinion, than the book, I would say just watch Logan, the movie. It's phenomenal. I've actually been thinking about rewatching it because I haven't watched it in a while. I've only watched it the one time when it came out, and I really, really enjoyed myself. I think I actually even ended up tearing up at the end when he dies. So if you do want to see Wolverine kind of go out in a blaze of glory, highly recommend watching the Logan movie. And if you want to see Wolverine kind of go out like a birthday candle, I would say check out Death of Wolverine. Not bad, but not great. Next, we are going to jump into my wrestling figure collection. Got one edition this month, and this was a character I wasn't sure if I wanted to add to my collection because I do have a figure of them previously, but after I saw them in box, there was just something that came to mind where I'm like, ooh, that's interesting. And the person I am talking about is from the AEW Unrivaled Series 10, I believe it is. It is Andrade El Idolo. So I went to get a haircut at the mall, and in the same mall, they have a GameStop. I think I've mentioned this before. There's been previous stuff that I've picked up from there. after I get a haircut. Because after I get a haircut, I'm like, hey, you know what? Let me just go to GameStop. Let me check out what they got. And speaking of the GameStop, I actually bought this, and I bought 2 other things that we'll see later in the video game section, so look forward to that. But I was kind of just walking around GameStop. Usually at the front of GameStop, at least the ones that I go to, they'll have like baskets by the front of the door, like the entrance. And usually it's stuff that they kind of have on clearance or special and stuff they're trying to get rid of, basically. And I saw the AEW boxes. They're very distinct. You know, they're black and gold. So I'm like, oh, you know what? Let me go take a look through there. I don't think there's really anything I need. I'm pretty up to date on, well, not up to date on my AEW collection, but I was just kind of assuming if they're going to be like clearancing some stuff out, it's probably some really old figures. But I'm like, you know what? There's no harm in it. I'm just going to go take a look in the little clearance bin. And going through, I'm like, I got this, don't want this, don't want this. And then I come across Andrade El Idolo here, and I was kind of looking at the box, and I was like, do I want to buy this figure? Because I do already have a figure of Andrade. I have one of his previous WWE Elite releases. We'll talk about that later. We'll do comparisons. So I was like, is there enough difference between the 2 figures to make me want to buy this one in particular? And there was a couple reasons why I ended up pulling the trigger. First one, it was on super discount. So it was on clearance, plus it's stacked with my platinum discount. So I was getting an even bigger discount on the figure. So that right there was like, okay, I can kind of justify the purchase. The second reason why I actually kind of pulled the trigger on this figure is because when I looked at this figure, I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. You know, he kind of looks like Black Mask from Batman. If you do want a Black Mask figure, you can easily kind of convert this Andrade into one. With the mask and the suit, the pinstripe suit can easily fill the void of a Black Mask in your collection. And that's kind of what I thought about, because I'm like, okay, here are his accessories. Comes with his head and his hands. I put it in a baggie so I didn't lose them. Let me unbag them real quick. So obviously the thing to do would be to kind of pop off the head and put on the Andrade head, and then you've got the Andrade figure. That was a little bit harder than it had to be, but there it is. There's the Andrade head on the body. But I'm like, you know what? I'm not really a fan of that. Honestly, I'm like, if I'm going to take this figure, I'd rather just ignore this completely, keep the mask on the head, and just kind of have this be like some masked luchador that, is in my collection instead of Andrade, because like I said, I already have an Andrade figure, but I can use this as just some kind of luchador. So after I thought about that, I was like, you know what? I'm going to buy that, and that's how I'm going to use the figure. So I'm going to keep him with this mask on. I don't know what I'm going to call him. Maybe we call him Black Mask. Maybe we call him La Sombra, which is the, when Andrade was a masked wrestler in Mexico, that's the name that he went by, La Sombra. So that's a name I could use. But yeah, I'm just going to kind of have this guy be his own character. So let's show off the figure without the jacket. It is a very hard rubber jacket, so it is a bit of a pain to take off. I will do a 360 real quick, just so we can see what it looks like. You're not really missing too much. It's just white and black pinstripe look. There it is. You got a couple holes, pegs for the jacket to stay in place. And now we will struggle to take this off, this very hard rubber jacket. So there is the jacket, just white on the inside. Now, what I was thinking was because he has the mask on, I'd probably keep the gloves on, and that would just kind of be his presentation. Whoops, wrong hand. So that's kind of how I would keep him. He's got the black gloves, the black mask, and I just think he kind of looks badass. Or you can pop the hands off, and you can put on the human hands, the human skin tone hands, and see how that looks. Not too bad looking. I actually don't mind that at all. I think I would probably still keep the gloves just because it kind of adds a little bit more to the figure. But him with the skin tone hands, I think looks pretty good too. We'll actually come back to him. We'll put on Andrade's head to see what he actually looks like with the gear. So here he is. Here is Andrade El Idolo. And yeah, just kind of okay looking. But like I said, between the two, I'm kind of pretty happy with my WWE Elite version of Andrade. I know he looks kind of plain with the all white and stuff, but I actually kind of like it. He actually had another Elite as well. So this one was part of the NXT Elite wave. I think it was wave 3. And he actually got another Elite figure later on. I think it was in the 70s or something like that, but he came in like a yellow gear. And I really wanted to get that for a long time because he does come with a mask as well. But the one thing I kind of hated, because I was kind of thinking about that with the yellow version, where I'm like, oh, I'll just keep the mask on him and kind of use him as a masked luchador. And I'll have like an Andrade figure, I'll have this Andrade figure, and then I'll have the one in the yellow gear, but, you know, he can be somebody else. The biggest turnoff for me from the yellow version was somewhere on the top of his head, he has this gigantic bump. Not this version of the Andrade figure, I'm talking about the Elite version. I'm just using this as an example. He's got this giant bump somewhere on the head. It's supposed to be his little man bun thing, kind of poking out of the mask, and that's kind of what the bump is. But it just looks so gross and awkward. I'm really not a fan of it, so I never ended up picking it up. I also thought about like buying it and then kind of shaving down that like bump to kind of smooth it out and use it that way. Maybe I might still if I can find it for a good price, but it's not at the top of my list because now I got this version of Andrade where I can pop off the head like I mentioned earlier, and I've already got an Andrade figure here, and now I've got the black mask. But yeah, I actually with the mask, I really like this figure. Honestly, it just adds something. Like, I just have a thing for luchadors. I like masked wrestlers or even wrestlers in face paint. Actually, I talked about this on the last episode of the figure pickups where I've got Black Taurus. In case you missed it, check out the last episode. I added Black Taurus to my collection. And I was kind of talking about how much I like luchadors and stuff. So I guess we're continuing on with that theme. But yeah, now we'll do a little close-up of the mask so you can see there is a lot of detail to it as well. You can see a little bit of a mustache here, kind of twirling on this side and this side here. Looks cool. You got the teeth here, nose, eye holes. I really like the stitching on it. I think it looks pretty cool. I do like that the back of the mask isn't really butchered, that you can still kind of keep him as a masked luchador. And like he doesn't have his hair sticking out. Like I said, he's got the hair at the bottom, so you can still see that visually, but it's not a deterrence for the head. But yeah, very happy with this. And, you know, super happy that I got it for the price that I did, so I can't complain there. So yeah, pretty cool addition to my collection, this made-up character here. I like it quite a bit. And I also have an Andrade, or, you know, if I'm feeling a little spicy, I can take the mask off and just have two Andrades, but honestly, it doesn't make sense. I guess we'll do a little bit of a face comparison between the two. We'll see who did it better. Was it Mattel? Was it Jazzwares? And I would say that I would probably give it to Mattel if I had to pick someone whose head sculpt is better between the two. I think the Jazzwares one is good, but I don't know, there's just something about the Mattel one that just it just looks more human to me, if that makes sense. Like with this one, it just kind of looks very lifeless. Like it is a good likeness to Andrade, I will say, because he does have the more grown out beard and the shaved sides, unlike this version of Andrade. But I do like that the AEW one has a little slit on his eyebrow. I think that's a nice little touch. So yeah, nice addition to my wrestling collection here. This made-up character. I actually like it quite a bit, more than I thought I would. Honestly, before, like I said before, I had no interest in buying this figure until I kind of saw it in person, and I was like, oh shit, I can have this instead of Andrade. And I will say I'm not the biggest Andrade fan. I haven't watched too much of his work. When he was in WWE, I think I might have watched like a handful of his stuff in NXT, not really too much on the main roster. And when it was announced that he was coming to AEW, a lot of people were kind of hyping him up when he was coming to AEW, and I was just kind of like, okay, whatever. And then he came to AEW, and, you know, nothing really happened. He got shoved into that horrible fucking storyline with Matt Hardy, where he ended up taking over the Hardy family group thing and got put with like Butcher and Blade and Matt Hardy and I think Kip Sabian and all those little doofuses that were kind of running together. So it was like, oh, you're gonna sign this guy, make a big deal about him, and then put him in this fucking going nowhere storyline. And then eventually, obviously, it turned into La Faction Ignobrables. Probably butchered the hell out of that. But yeah, with Roosh and Dralistico and stuff, I think that's much better. And also, I've actually watched a little bit of his stuff when he made his return on Collision, because he was suspended for that little bit. And then with the launch of Collision, they're like, hey, we're going to put you on this brand and you're going to be one of the stars. And I did watch his first few matches and I really enjoyed it quite a bit, especially the one against Buddy Matthews. I thought he was going to have a feud with the House of Black, like it would be Los Faction Ignobrables, like it was going to be like a 3-on-3, because at the time the House of Black were the 6-man tag champs or trio champs, whatever you want to call them. And I'm like, oh, Andrade is going to get his backup. He's going to get Roosh, Dralistico. And it actually never ended up happening. He had like the one feud. He had a little bit of a feud with the House of Black. They stole his mask, this mask here. And then they had the ladder match. And then the feud just kind of got blown off. And I was like, okay, we weren't leading to something bigger. This was it. He got his mask back and that's it. So that was a little disappointing. And now I think he's feuding with Miro or something like that. I have no idea. That's just AEW. They just have so many guys. They don't know what the fuck to do with them. And he's just kind of one of those guys that, he's there, he's cool, but he just kind of gets lost in the shuffle very quickly. So no fault of his own. But anyways, about the figure, I don't know why I went on that little tangent. I like this figure. I'm going to keep it as such. And I think this is pretty cool. Nice little kind of custom figure to add to my wrestling collection. Next up, we got McFarlane's DC Multiverse, and I've got one edition this month, and it's actually a pretty cool edition. It's someone that I was not expecting to like as much as I did. This is a character a couple years ago that I really had no idea who they were, and was kind of shocked when they announced that they were going to be doing a TV show on them, but I'm like, you know what? I'm pretty invested in the Flash show. Arrow, I never really got into. Arrow had actually been going on for a while before I actually got into those shows. Flash was really the first one because I like the Flash. And I believe this might have been the fourth show. The third one being Legends of Tomorrow. And yeah, I believe this character is from the fourth CW show in that universe. And if you don't know who I'm talking about by now, the person I am talking about is the star of his own show, Black Lightning. Now, this is not the version that appeared in the show, because I don't collect figures like that, but when I do think of the character, I do think of that CW show. And it actually wasn't a bad show. I was actually pretty into it. It felt very different from Flash and Legends of Tomorrow. And I liked the kind of small-scale vibe that it was dealing with, where you have like Black Lightning, and he's going up against Tobias Whale, and he's like a teacher. No, I forgot if he's a teacher or a principal. Maybe he's a principal. I think he is a principal. Principal of a school by day. By night, he was a retired superhero, and then he came back. And then his daughter's got powers. Unfortunately, I only watched about half of season 1. I was really into it, and then they went for like a mid-season break. And by the time it came back, I had like no interest in the show. I couldn't remember what happened before. Those mid-season breaks, they're honestly killers. That's why I don't like getting into TV shows. There's so many episodes, there's so much to keep track of, especially these CW shows. Each season was like 20 episodes. I think they cut it down for Black Lightning. I don't believe his seasons were as long as like Flash and Arrow, but there were still pretty lengthy seasons, maybe close to 20 episodes. But anyways, all that to say, I did like the show, and when I saw that McFarlane announced that they were doing a Black Lightning figure, I was like, hey, I think I need to pick that up. Before the show, I actually had no idea about this character. I don't think I've ever even heard about the character. But after watching the show, I became a fan, and here we are with a figure of him in hand. This is the only Black Lightning figure that is out at the moment, but obviously with this being a gold label figure, we are probably going to get a regular version of Black Lightning, and it's probably going to be the look that's on the back of the box right here. I know I'm kind of skipping out of order of, the box breakdown that we do. But if you see on the back of the box, I believe it's the same attire. Yeah, it looks like it's. The only thing is the head sculpt. On the back, he's here and he's bald. And on the front, you can see that he clearly has some hair going on. So nothing is confirmed for another Black Lightning figure, but with this being the gold label one, I would kind of assume that there'll be another one eventually. But yeah, when I saw this one, I was like, you know what? That kind of fits what I'm looking for. Like, I'm not a big Black Lightning fan, so I don't have like this preconceived notion of like, okay, he's got to look like this. You know, this is kind of what I think he looks like. And I've seen him in a couple comics since, and I'm actually happy with this design. I think it fits the quintessential look for Black Lightning, in my opinion, at least for me. So before we take a look at the figure, let's break down the box. It is a typical McFarlane box. If you've seen one, you've seen them all, but I'm still going to do the breakdown. We've seen the front, and we will continue to see it because I'm going to break it down. Here is the bottom with some boring stuff. On the left side, we got Black Lightning, and this figure is based on his appearance in Final Crisis. It's funny, last episode we got Anti-Monitor, and he was from Crisis on Infinite Earths, I believe is what the thing was. I don't know, there's too many crises in DC, and that's not even talking about the movie situation. Here is the top of the box. We see a little window here. You can see a little bit of Black Lightning in there. On this side, we see Black Lightning and a little QR code there. And on the back, we see a nice shot of Black Lightning there. Not the most exciting art, I'm going to be honest. It does look kind of plain. I do like that he has his fist kind of electrified, similar to what is going on in the box, as we will take a look, but there's a little tease. Other than that, it just looks a little plain for me. I don't know why he's in space. I don't know, everything I saw about him in the show was like he was kind of a street level hero. I don't think he went on any intergalactic mission, so this just, it seems like such a weird thing to do for him, but whatever. I'm not going to harp on that too much, but now let's talk about the figure himself, and like I said, I think it looks pretty good. Let's take a look at the head scan there. Thing looks pretty good. I do like the hair on him compared to his bald look, and I think that's just me attributing this look to like the show, because he kind of had a similar look. He did have a goatee in the show, but as you can see here, no facial hair on our buddy here. But for his mask, he's got that typical superhero mask, you know, Green Hornet, Robin, Bucky, Riddler. They all have those type of masks. Kind of a basic thing, basic superhero look. And as we can see on the body, it's mainly like a dark blue, and then we got a light blue for the arms with a little lightning bolt. I think the gold paint looks pretty solid here. Definitely pops on the dark blue, which I like quite a bit. I do like the belt as well. It does look kind of weird because he's got like a belt on already, and then he's got another belt, like the electric bolt. So maybe one's to hold up his pants and one's to look cool? I don't know, but yeah, the double belt is just kind of a weird touch in my opinion. And probably my favorite thing in this box and the accessories is the hands. I really like the translucent electric hand effects that they gave him. I think that is a very cool addition to this box. You can see here he's got more of an open electric hand, and on the other hand, he's got more of a fisted hand. And if you don't want to display him with such, you have a couple of regular hands down here. And of course, as always, they give you a little card in the back, which you can, what's right here, you can see it right there. Just a smaller version of what's already on the back of the box, as we saw earlier. And as I talked about earlier, he is one of those characters that was from the CW, the Arrowverse, as it's well known as. And I thought I'd bring in a couple characters from the Arrowverse, from the CW shows, starting with the man himself. We've got Green Arrow here, Oliver Queen. I'm not sure if they had any interaction on the show. I know for the most part, Black Lightning was kind of kept separate from the rest of the CW shows, but eventually he did cross over during one of those big crossover events. So I'm assuming that they had some sort of interaction, but I never watched up to that point. Unfortunately, I gave up on the CW shows before it got to that point, but from what I saw and read about it, it seemed like a very cool event, so sucks that I missed it, but yeah, cool to see these two characters together. Next, we got another character from a CW show, and he's kind of part of a forgotten CW show. And the character I'm talking about is John Constantine, who is the star of his own show. I believe it went for 2 seasons. I never got into it. I never watched it. A buddy of mine watched it, and he was pretty into it, so that's cool. And I'm sure I would have liked it if I watched it, but I just never got into it. But yeah, these are another two characters that I don't know if they've had any interaction. I know he was part of some crossovers later on. I believe he had a role in Legends of Tomorrow. I could be wrong on that. I feel like I did read that. Again, I gave up on Legends of Tomorrow because it just felt so repetitive to me. But yeah, anyways, just a couple characters from the CW shows. Next, we got another character from a CW show. This is actually another CW show that I didn't watch, but I actually did watch to see his scenes. And the character I am talking about is Martian Manhunter, who was a character on the Supergirl show. I watched a couple Supergirl episodes, I'm going to be honest. I watched to watch, Martian Manhunter and see how they adapted him into the CW show. And I watched Supergirl when they did some crossovers with The Flash and stuff. Other than that, there was another show I really didn't get into. I think people liked it. I think it went on for like 3 or 4 seasons. But it was cool that Martian Manhunter even appeared on the show. And last but not least, my favorite of the CW shows, we've got Barry Allen, The Flash. Like I said, out of all the shows, it was Flash that was really the one for me. And then I would go Legends of Tomorrow. I'd probably put that overall second for me in terms of the CW shows. I think I watched it for like 3 seasons or something like that. I did enjoy it for the most part. I thought it was quite different. Plus, that first team with like Captain Cold and Heatwave and Black Canary, I believe she was. Firestorm, that was another one. Atom. And then I just kind of stopped watching it. I couldn't get into it. And then I would say Black Lightning would be number 3. But yeah, overall, I'm actually pretty happy with this figure. I'm happy to add it to my collection. I'm happy to kind of get a figure for a show that I liked. Plus, he's kind of another character to kind of build out the Justice League, like for the Justice League collection of mine that I got going on. I got a lot of the big guys. I got your Aquamans, Batman, Superman, but I want to start building out those B and C level characters. No disrespect to Black Lightning, but compared to all those names I just mentioned, he is B or C level. And I don't even know if he's doing anything in the comics right now, who knows? Let me know if you know what's going on with Black Lightning in the comics. Definitely give me an update, because I feel like he's one of those characters that probably has faded into the darkness. DC loves making their Batman books, and I'm assuming there's not enough budget for some Black Lightning comics. I could be wrong, but I'm probably not. Anyways, very happy to get this. Very happy to include this to my DC collection. I think it is a pretty solid figure. Next, we are jumping into Dragon Ball SH Figuarts, and I got a pretty cool edition this month. In case you missed last episode, I got the man himself, Goku. I got his regular Super Saiyan form. And I actually managed to get myself another Saiyan. Not Goku this time, but his main rival and friend, the Prince of the Saiyans. It is Super Saiyan Vegeta. Big Bad Toy Store finally got this one in stock, and I gotta say, I'm actually really happy with this. I think it looks solid. When I think of Vegeta, this is the look that I think of with the Saiyan armor, the short Saiyan armor. Like with this, without the shoulder pads. We're actually gonna be talking about that version later on in the news section, because they did announce a new Vegeta figure based on that look. But like I said, we'll talk about that more in the news section. And yeah, this one comes with the Super Saiyan version, like we saw with last episode with Goku. And now we got Vegeta here in his Super Saiyan form. And I gotta say, I actually really like his Super Saiyan form quite a bit. I'm gonna talk about it after. What I like about it compared to some of the other Super Saiyan figures I like. Actually, I'll just talk about it now. It's his hair. I love the hair on Vegeta, because it's not really like a yellow, it's really like a golden look. It might not look that way on the camera. I'm looking at it through the camera, and it doesn't really pick up how golden it is, but in person, the hair is extremely golden. Compared to, I guess we'll just do it now. We'll be doing comparisons with these characters later, but we'll show them off now as well. So we saw Vegeta and his golden hair, and then we got Trunks' hair here, and he's got a very light blonde look. And compared to Goku and Vegeta, who we're about to show off, I don't really like his hair, actually. I don't really like the kind of soft yellow that they used for his hair. I like Trunks as a character, don't get me wrong. But when I see, Vegeta's golden hair golden Saiyan hair compared to Trunks. We'll get a nice close look up of Trunks there. You can see it's pretty light. It is dark on like the roots there, right here, but the rest of the hair is very light. And then you got Vegeta's here, and it's like, it's shiny. It's golden. It's not even yellow. It's not even the blonde. It is a golden Saiyan look, and it's really freaking cool. And then we got Goku, and his hair is pretty yellow. I feel like the background makes it even more yellow. Like, it makes it pop more. He does kind of have a soft yellow, similar to Trunks. It's not as noticeable, in my opinion. You can see Trunks' soft blonde hair there. And then you see Goku's. So definitely a difference between all three of those characters. And like I said, we will be showing those characters off again later because we will do comparisons and all that. Let's take a look at the box first. Let's take a nice shot of the front. Looks good. We will come back to this. We'll just break down the rest of the box. On top, we got a little window and a very angry Vegeta face there. On the side, we got some writing, Super Saiyan Vegeta Awakened Super Saiyan Blood. On the bottom, we've got a nice shot of Vegeta. Again, just honestly, I was going to say his angry face, but that's his happy face, that's his angry face, that's his sad face, that's his hungry face. He's really only got one expression. As you can tell here, it's angry, so angry that he's smiling, and then so angry that he's fucking yelling and waking up the neighbors. So, nice shot of Vegeta here. I also really like the blue on the box. It's a nice shade of blue. I really, really like it. On this side of the box, we see Vegeta's hand, his foot, and another angry face. I bet you weren't expecting that. And on the back, we see Vegeta in a couple different poses you can do. Angry, angry, super angry, really angry. Can almost kick himself in the head angry. I see him doing like some blast maneuvers here, but I don't believe he comes with any blast effect pieces. He does come with a very cool accessory, which is displayed on the back here. As you can see, him with his arms crossed is actually an accessory in its own. If you look up here, you can see the arms crossed there. So you would pull off the bicep on the figure, and then you can insert it and have his crossed arm look. You can kind of see right here, the gloves and the bicep there. And I'm not sure if there's anything else in here. I'm assuming there might be some more hands. Can't really tell at this angle. But I don't believe there's any blast effect pieces, which kind of sucks because he's got a lot of hands for blast effect pieces. As you can see, the hand here, the palm, just straight out blast. And then he's got some scrunched up hands, which are definitely for more blast effects. I'm blanking on the name of his move right now. I think it's something gun? Gallic gun? I think Gallic Gun's is somebody. I don't know if it's Vegeta's. It's slipping my mind right now. But yeah, pretty solid figure. Very happy to have a Vegeta in my collection. Really starting to get those big characters. You know, we got Goku last time. I mean, I had a Goku before that. If you watched last episode, I have Super Saiyan 4 Goku. That was my original, the first Goku I got in my collection, but not the one I was most proud of to have in my collection. And yeah, now I'm starting to build that and getting more of those big named characters, you know, the main fighters of the series, the Z Fighters, as they are called. Speaking of Z Fighters, let's bring in a few. First, we've got the least cool of the Z Fighters that I own, but I gotta bring him out anyways because he is part of the group. It is Krillin, and these two guys have a pretty interesting relationship. Vegeta would definitely mock the shit out of Krillin constantly, and it was always kind of fun to see because Krillin, you know, Krillin is Krillin. And he's never going to be like, hey, Vegeta, you take that back. I will kick your ass. Like, that's just not going to happen. Vegeta will do this, and Krillin will, you know, his mind will explode, as you can see right there. We saw him earlier, but I think this is going to be a nice one to put together. It is Vegeta and his oldest son. Actually, his only son? I think he's only got one kid, Trunks. But technically, there's two of them, because this is future Trunks and not, you know, his actual son Trunks. But I really did like their relationship in the show, especially when Vegeta found out that he has a kid and he had it with Bulma and shit. And then he's like, oh my god, my son is so powerful. He's more powerful than fucking Goku's kid. And then it turns out that Gohan is, you know, way stronger than Trunks and Vegeta. But for a minute, he thought that Trunks was more powerful than Gohan, and that was pretty funny. And another character that we saw earlier, and, you know, I can't have one without the other. The peanut butter to the jelly, it is Goku. I really like their relationship. I like how they started out as, like, enemies, and Vegeta pretty much mocking Goku for kind of going soft and disappointing all the Saiyans, and then them kind of becoming allies, but always kind of having that competitive fighting spirit against each other. Like, they know they're each other's rivals, and even if the Earth is in danger or whatever, some alien planet's in danger, they will still find time to fight each other and go at it. So really like their relationship. I like these two quite a bit. And here's a nice shot of all the Z fighters that I have so far, with Vegeta making an excellent addition, and definitely adds to my Saiyan collection that's going on right here. But yeah, overall, I am pretty happy with this Vegeta. Like I said, the real standout thing for me is the hair. I really love the golden hair on him. That, and it's on, you know, the Vegeta look that I like with Saiyan armor, like I mentioned earlier. It's perfect. I really, really like this figure. I guess one downside for me would have been I wish it included like a regular Vegeta head, similar to Trunks, where Trunks has the Super Saiyan head, but then he also has the regular version. But then someone like Goku only has the Super Saiyan head. He doesn't have a regular head in here. But with Vegeta, I don't feel like he came with too many accessories. Like I said, I don't think there's anything here blast effect piece-wise, because otherwise it would have been here. So maybe if they included just like a regular head of his in here, that would have been really cool. Or even a blast effect piece. Like I said, all the hands really call for one, and for him not to get one, it's just really, really weird. But other than that, I'm really happy with this, and like I said, very, very solid addition to my Dragon Ball collection. Alright, next we are going to be jumping into Transformers Beast Wars, and man, last episode was so fucking awesome, at least for the news portion, in case you missed it. Hasbro announced a ton of cool stuff coming up for Beast Wars, and the Beast Wars fans, me being one of them, was super excited to hear all that news, and even more cool stuff was announced in the month of October. We'll talk about that later in the news portion. And keeping up with that hype train, I got a pretty cool addition to my Beast Wars collection. This is coming from Kijiji, which I've mentioned quite a bit on here as a place where I go to shop for figures. Kijiji is is a Canadian website where people can kind of sell their stuff. Maybe they're selling something used, selling something new. I do shop around there for figures. Every once in a while, I'll kind of look up Beast Wars stuff. A lot of the stuff is unboxed, and I try and get it in box, which is pretty hard to find, especially for a decent price. But I saw a guy selling a pretty rare looking figure, and for a pretty decent price. And the character that I am talking about is the Predacon, known as Transketo. So there he is, very cool packaging, and actually something about this figure is he's not your normal type of Beast Wars figure, where normally your Beast Wars figure, it's going to come on the carding type package like this here, but with Transketo, he is actually of a different class. Compared to the character I just showed off, Power Pinch, where Power Pinch is considered more of a basic figure, Transketo here is considered a mega figure. So as you can see, very, very large bug. As you can tell by the name Transketo, he is a mosquito. For any Australian viewers, I know this is probably just a regular size mosquito, but for us in like North America and other parts of the world where we have regular size mosquitoes, if I did have something like this on my arm or leg sucking the blood out of me, I would be so scared to go outside. But yeah, here is a nice shot of Transketo here, and one of the cool things about this, not only is the figure pretty cool, but it is mint in box, as you can see here. Even the tape looks so fucking old, as you can see by the yellowing of it. It is mint in box, has never been taken off, I believe, or if it has, he did a very good job of concealing it. I will say I did take a look at the tape, and it didn't look like it was removed. Like if this tape was to be removed, it would have taken off some of the paper packaging and stuff like that, and everything seems to be intact. So I believe this has never been opened, which is pretty awesome. And especially a figure like this, I don't think I've ever come across this. Like, I've done searches for Beast Wars figures. I don't think I've ever searched for this character on eBay or something like that. There are a few characters that you kind of see over and over again that are kind of more readily available. But when I saw that he was selling this mint in box for a great price, I was like, dude, I have got to buy that. He was actually in British Columbia, so it did take a bit of a trip here. But I let him know when I received the package. I'm like, hey, I don't know if it was sad parting with it, but I just want you to know that it's found a good home. So I just wanted to assure that with him. And yeah, here is Transketo. We'll take a look at the box. There is a lot of wear and tear to it because, as you would expect, this is from 1997, so almost 30 years old. That's just kind of how it's gonna come. You know, you're gonna have your wear and tear on the boxes. That's not too big of a deal. For me, it's more of, I want it mint in box. I want it on the card. I don't want it messed with or opened or anything like that. I want it like it fucking came out yesterday. Here we can see him in his robotic form, looking very menacing. And we'll take another look at the figure because we'll take a look from the top as well, but we're just taking a look at the box for now. So again, he is a Predacon, an evil Predacon, compared to all those other good Predacons. But here we can see Mosquito becomes air assault reconnaissance robot with hidden battle pincers. And there's a little shot of him, very low res image there of him transformed. Actually, you know, a shot of him in figure form, transformed. On top, we've got basically the same thing. Another shot of him here. Same little description that we had on the front there, Beast Wars. On this side, same thing again. Evil Predacon Transketo, same shot of him there. On the other side, literally the same thing. They weren't very original with the packaging. They just kind of rinsed and repeated it, which is clearly evident. But here we can see on the back, here are his stats. Here's a nice shot of the back. Here we can see the challenge level of his conversion. And he's right in the middle. He's intermediate going on to advanced. And here we see a nice little description for him, which we'll read. Transforming to combat mode, Transketo can hold off several Maximals at once with huge poison-tipped pincers. Any unfortunate robot surviving a strike from these pincers is immediately afflicted with an irritating rash and sent into a delirious rage. His powerful wings hurtle him to blazing speeds and create an annoying high-pitched screech known to drive Maximals out of their mind. His manner is highly obnoxious and dangerous, and he is hated by all who know him. And then on the very bottom of the box, we can see some other figures going on. So on top, we see a row of Maximals. We got Rhinox, Cybershark, Armadillo, Air Razor, Wolfgang, and Tigatron. And on the bottom, we can see Black Arachnia, Buzzsaw, Insecticon, Razorclaw, Snapper, Jetstorm, and Inferno, who is also a Mega Fig, so he would come in a box similar to this one. So we saw the front here, and we'll kind of take a different angle from the top window. So here you can see his huge bug eyes and huge antennas. If you look on top, he's got a little bit of an action function here. I will say that is something I don't miss in figures. I'm glad they kind of phased that out. That whole like, oh, you know, click the thing on the back and he's going to do an uppercut or do a bicycle kick or something like that. I'm glad that's faded away. For this one, he probably shoots something. Similar to this, he probably shoots something out of his chest. This is very of its time, which, you know, I'm fine with. But if it were to come out nowadays with that, I would probably not be too happy. And here we see his translucent wings, nice orange and yellow. Very cool. And there we can see his creepy crawly legs there. Looking pretty cool. And here is Transketo amongst other Insecticons, I might call them. They're not Insecticons per se, but they are their fellow Predacon bug creatures, insects. So we'll just take out Transketo to introduce everybody. Starting from left, we got the Tarantula. We got Power Pinch, the earwig. We got Retrax, the Pillbug, I believe he is. And then we got Inferno, the Fire Ant. And now we've got Transquito, the Mosquito, rounding out this bit. I do have a few other Insecticon type I keep saying Insecticons. A few other insect type Predacons, but I couldn't fit them in there. But you know what? Shout out to Waspinator. I would say I should have actually brought him out because I don't have any other flying bug creatures besides Transquito here, and Scorponok and Black Arachnia. There's a bunch of other ones, but I would say these are some of the cooler bug Predacon creatures. So overall, I gotta say I'm extremely happy adding Transquito to my collection. Really lucked out finding this figure. And like I said, the guy was just selling it for such a good price. Plus it's mint in box. Everything just fell in line. So very happy to add this to my collection, and hopefully I get lucky kind of hunting down some more of these classic Beast Wars figures. Next, we are going to be diving into my Marvel Legends collection, and I got one figure this month, but it is the size of two figures, to be honest. In case you missed the last episode, I revealed that I picked up Detroit Steel in that episode. If you want a full breakdown, definitely go check out the September episode. But with the inclusion of Detroit Steel into my collection, he was the biggest figure I had until now. Now, he's going to have some competition against my new addition to my collection, which is going to be the somewhat newly released figure of Super Adaptoid. I'm probably gonna have to zoom out so we can get the full box. So in case it wasn't quite obvious, this is a very tall figure. We've got Detroit Steel here. We're just gonna do a comparison with the box, but Detroit Steel is sitting at the 9.2 range, 9.2 inches, I believe it came at. And this figure here is going to be coming in at the 11.7 inch range. So way bigger than Detroit Steel here. We will do more comparisons once I unbox this bad boy. Actually, we'll do another comparison as well. This is another figure we're going to be seeing later as well when we do comparisons and stuff. But here is an Iron Man. Iron Man here, regular 6-inch figure. And as you can see, definitely a much bigger box than Iron Man here. So definitely a very large figure. So after I got Detroit Steel from the last episode, I was kind of curious where it was like, how big of a figure can I get? Can I top Detroit Steel, or is he going to kind of be the biggest figure in my collection? I don't know if he'd be the biggest Marvel Legends I own. I do own some of the bigger figures, like I would say the Retro Card Apocalypse is pretty big. I got some deluxe figures that probably aren't as tall, but they're definitely up there in height. But then I came across this bad boy here, Super Adaptoid, and I'm going to be honest, not familiar with the character. When it comes to this side of the Marvel Universe, the Avengers side, I'm a little more disconnected. I'm really not that big of an Avengers guy, but I like myself a big figure. And this right here, like I showed on the back, 11.7 inches. That's a pretty tall figure. That's almost as big as like some of the Zord Ascension Project Megazords that I own. So I saw this and I was like, you know what? I gotta pick this bad boy up. Literally, bad boy, big boy, actually is what I meant to say. And I can't wait to actually get my hands on it. So we're gonna do a box breakdown real quick, just showing off what it looks like. So here we've got the top of it, 60 years of Earth's mightiest Avengers. On this side, we see a nice a nice figure shot of Super Adaptoid here, just looking very tall and menacing. On the bottom, we've got some boring stuff. On this side, we see a nice comic shot of Super Adaptoid, looking pretty cool there. I do wish that they went with a more modern look at Super Adaptoid, but because it is the 60 years of Avengers, the anniversary, it makes sense to kind of show off a more retro look of the villain, which, you know, I understand, but for me, I would have preferred a more recent look of him. And on the back, we see our Super Adaptoid here coming with a couple of accessories. We see he comes with a gigantic green Captain America shield, and he also comes with a very large green Mjolnir of his own. And we already saw the front, but we will show it off again. Nice little shot of him in action with the hammer and the shield. But without further ado, let's take a look at this figure, and we're probably going to be opening it up from the bottom, but we're just going to show off the tape, make sure that it has not been opened or tampered with. As we can see here, it's actually kind of hard to see, there's another piece of tape here, which kind of blends in quite well, but has not been opened. and has not been opened. And on the bottom, same thing, another 2 pieces of tape, not opened, not opened. And here we've got the cardboard prison for Super Adaptoid. Wow, that is a large shield. I was not expecting it to be that big. Holy shit, okay. And we got Milnor here. I guess he might not come with any hands unless it's in one of those bags. But as we can see here, he is pretty guarded. So let me unpack our buddy here and we'll take a look at him. Alright, we're going to take a look at the accessories first, and I'm kind of sad to report that there are no extra sets of hands. The only accessories are Milnor and the Captain America shield. A little disappointing in my opinion. Definitely would have liked an extra set of hands with this bad boy, but, you know, that's just something that it does not come with, which is unfortunate. But let's take a look at the accessories that it does come with, and first we are going to start out with the hammer, Milnor, the fake Milnor. And it is just a very large green hammer. As you can see, there is no writing on the hammer, unlike Thor's hammer, which has an inscription on the hammer. I don't remember what it says at the moment, but yeah, this one does not. We can see on the hammer a bunch of little cracks and stuff. I like the little battle damage, kind of worn down look to it. Here's a nice shot of the top. I do like the handle. I like the little pattern that they got going on here. I think it looks quite nice. Here's a look at the bottom of the hammer. And then we've got the handle. This part is just very hard plastic, but I do like that they kind of have it in like a whooshing motion. Instead of it just kind of being flat, I like it this way. It adds more character, and then it has a little green handle at the bottom, so a very nice hammer overall. It's very hollow. Not that there's an issue with that, but I just wish that it was kind of like full plastic and had a bit of a weight to it, but it does feel quite light. And then the other accessory that he comes with, which honestly is pretty cool, I'm happy to see that it's as large as it is, and it is the huge Captain America shield, looking pretty sweet. Got the star in the middle, looking cool, and my favorite part is on the back. We see the little kind of thing that he can put on his arm, and the little straps, and they are soft plastic or rubber. You can probably slide it onto his arm pretty easily. We will try that out later. I think this little circle here is to put on... No, it is not. I thought it was to kind of put on the back and have like this, but as we can see, he does not have any holes on his back, so I'm not sure what that little circular thing is for. I don't see any circular things to insert with Milnor. So yeah, I'm not sure what this is for, but whatever, that's just kind of part of the shield. We can see it there. But yeah, I like these little straps. You got the details on them, the little belt buckle. Pretty cool addition, if I do say so myself, and it is quite large, as we can compare. Here is the hammer, and here is the shield, and quite a difference. Not height-wise, but definitely width-wise. This thing is massive. And let's talk about the man of the hour, who we saw a little bit. We saw his back, but I gotta say, this figure has a lot of cool detail to it. But let's take a look at it on camera. It is Super Adaptoid, and he looks freaking awesome. I love all the different shades of green. For me personally, the first thing I noticed was all the texture on him. If you look at his chest, he's got that kind of it's not chainmail, but Captain America has stuff similar to that on his chest. And then we've got a texture here for the torso, and then we've got texture here on the legs, texture on the belt, texture on the arms. Just all over. This guy is kitted out in just small little details. He is quite tall. Should we do the comparison now between him and Detroit Steel? You know what? Fucking, we're going to do it now because I got Detroit Steel out. But here we see Super Adaptoid. Like I said, let's get him nice and standing tall because I want the 11.7 inches in full effect. Man, this is the kind of figure where if you have like a display up and this guy gets knocked over somehow, like he loses balance or whatever, he's going to take out your whole shelf. I had a little bit of an issue kind of standing him up, but yeah, that was the first thing that came to mind. I'm like, damn, if this was set up in a display, he would wipe out everybody. But he looks cool, so I'll kind of forgive that. But here we see Super Adaptoid, and here is Detroit Steel. Oh, I thought he was going to fall. I didn't think there was going to be that much of a comparison. Like, you see the numbers like 9.2 and then 11.7. You know, it doesn't sound like much, but once you kind of put them up against each other, there's a huge difference between the two. One thing I'm very curious about our friend here is, yes, he is awesome and tall and has a lot of great detail, but how's the articulation? I'm especially interested to see how the legs kind of play out. So without further ado, actually, you know what? We'll do a quick 360 of him. So here's the front, little side profile there. We see the back there, the Captain America star on the back. Another side profile shot, and bringing it back around, we've got the front. So let's break down the articulation. Very curious to see how he works out, how playable he is. Let's start off with the head. So here he's got your regular head joints. Can look down, not that much. Can look up a little bit. But it's definitely kind of limited. I thought it would be more because there is kind of a gap in between the helmet, so I thought it would be able to look up more and look down more, but it is kind of limited there, which is unfortunate. There is no neck joint. It's all in the head if you want to do anything with that. Moving our way down, let's check out his arm. And his arm goes up pretty easily, goes down pretty easily. There is no butterfly joint in there, which would have been cool if it had, but I completely understand them not including it. If you want to have a big figure, you're going to have to make some adjustments to other areas of the figure, so completely understand that. We've got the bicep swivel here. We've got double jointed elbows, but it's not really going to bend because there's not enough room with the glove, but there is a double jointed elbow here, as we can see. Not pinless, which I don't care about personally, but I do mention it in case people wonder. As we can see, the pegs in the legs there, inside, outside, and the pegs in the arms, inside and outside. Luckily, the ones on the outside are quite small compared to the ones on the inside, which are kind of bigger and uglier. So that's actually quite nice that they did the smaller ones on the outside. Next, we got glove cut here, and we've got hand articulation and wrist movement as well. And we'll actually do a full kind of Ferris wheel around with the arm, testing it out. It's pretty solid. We'll do the same thing with the other arm. So up. The articulation going up is pretty limited, which is unfortunate. It's kind of what I expected, though. Like, I didn't expect him to be able to put his arms all the way up. This is kind of what I expected, but still, it's a little disappointing. Next, we got the bicep swivel here. Double jointed elbows again. Probably, yeah, same range of motion, not too much. We got the glove cut here and articulation in the hand. Actually, something I'm kind of interested in is, actually, I guess I see how it would work. I was just thinking in my head was, he's got a fisted hand and he's got a gripping hand, so how would he hold both? But I'm assuming what you would do is pull off the hand here and then, or maybe, oh, you don't even need to pull it off. Okay, cool. But yeah, this arm would be the shield arm, and then the other arm would be for Milnor. Now, I'm not sure if you can pop off the hands and then, you know, get it through both holes. That I'm not too sure. I don't know if you can go all the way with this guy, but you'd probably put it like this. Actually, you know what? Let's try it out. Let's see if you can take out the hand. Wow, that was actually super easy. So, yeah, there's really no point. We can't really go up too far with him. But we'll pop his hand back in. So I thought you would be able to grab this, but maybe you can do that with the other hand, where you put it through and then he's able to kind of grip it with this. But then he wouldn't be able to use Milnor because this hand is a fisted hand. So, I mean, I get the idea of doing like a gripping hand and a punching hand, a closed-fisted hand, but for him to kind of use both weapons kind of the way that they're intended to be used, you know, like putting the arm through and then holding on to this. It would have been cool if he came with 2 sets of these hands or another one of these hands and then maybe, you know, an extra set of hands being the fisted hands. Next, we've got, you can move a little bit in the chest here, but he is not going around. So it doesn't look like there's any waist or kind of torso articulation, which is a little unfortunate. Let's see the ab crunch. Ab crunch down is pretty good. And the back is pretty good as well. That's not bad. Don't mind that at all. Next we got his belt, which is kind of loose, which I kind of like because it will help with the movement in the legs if he does have any. We will see that in a second, but I do like that the belt is not molded on. Next, let's take a look at the legs, because this is where probably his limitations are really going to be. Let's see the splits. Splits aren't too bad. Way better than what I was expecting, to be honest. I really thought he was going to have no movement in the legs. He can bring up his foot quite far, which is pretty cool. Put him in a sitting position as well. Here's a little chilling out super adaptoid. Actually, way better leg articulation than what I was expecting, which is always a nice surprise. And now let's move on to the leg articulation. We've got thigh cut here, double jointed knees, and they actually both get to bend, which is pretty nice there. Then we got the boot cut here, foot articulation going up and down, and we've got ankle articulation, and you can rotate that bad boy around if you'd like. Actually, you can't rotate it around, but you can do some stuff. You can do some ankle breaking stuff. And we will check out the other side. This one seems a little bit looser than this leg is. We got double jointed knees, and we've got the boot cut here, and then the foot articulation. This one does not want to go as easy as the other foot did, but it is there. And we see the ankle articulation as well. Now let's equip him with all his weapons. Hopefully we're able to open this hand enough to put Milnor in. Alright, Milnor went in quite easily. I did have to pry his hand open a little bit to slide it in, but I did manage to put it on. He does look kind of funny with the hammer. The hammer just looks so small in his hand. It's like he's playing whack-a-mole, you know? Or whack an Avenger, I guess, in this case. And then on the other hand, we will kind of tighten this as much as we can. This seems to be as far as it wants to go, which isn't too bad. It is holding in place, but like I said, if this was a little bit bigger, the shield, the arm band, and then we can have a gripping hand to kind of hold this in place, I think that is one of the biggest missed things with this figure so far, if I gotta be honest. And because Super Adaptoid here is an amalgamation of a bunch of Avengers kind of combined together, I thought it was only fitting to kind of bring in some Avengers to compare him against. And first, we saw him earlier, but here he is again, Iron Man. And we can see with Super Adaptoid that the piece that he took from Iron Man was the little chest arc reactor, I believe it is. I don't remember what it's called at the moment. I want to say arc reactor, could be wrong on that. But yeah, same little similar chest piece that Iron Man has, Super Adaptoid has as well. Next Avenger that he took something from might have a little bit of hardware there. It is Thor himself. And we can see him with his little Milnor there. Actually, I think they just kind of blew it up. Oh no, this has a different pattern on the handle compared to what Super Adaptoid has. Another person that he stole some hardware from is actually stole a lot from, to be honest, uniform and everything. It is Captain America. Neck down is all Captain America. The suits, the chest piece, the gloves, the boots. The belt is not, or maybe this is more modern day Captain America. He might have a belt like that, but as we can see with this Captain America, he just has like a regular leather black belt to hold up his American pants. And then this next Avenger, I would say he couldn't really adapt anything from him, but he definitely adapted his color, and that person is the Incredible Hulk. There's only one big green guy, and I think I'm going to put my money on the Incredible Hulk here. Originally, I just had the Captain America, the Thor, and Iron Man figure, and then I was like, wait, Super Adaptoid, he's green. Oh, I know another Avenger that's big and green. And then I'm like, oh shit, I got this Hulk figure. I don't get to bust it out as much. I actually really like this figure. It's one of my favorites in my collection. And I'm not even like a big Hulk guy, but this Hulk just is fucking awesome. I love it on the retro card, and he looks good. The biggest thing is the hair. The hair, I think, is solid compared to like a lot of other Hulk figures, in my opinion. I think this one is one of the best. But we're not here to talk about Hulk. We're here to talk about Super Adaptoid, but another Avenger for him to go up against. And here we see not the full team of Avengers, but they are ready to take on Super Adaptoid. Will the actual Avengers and their real items and things that were adapted from Super Adaptoid, will they be able to be comparable to what Super Adaptoid has? Or is his version of everything that he has better in combat than what the Avengers have? Oops, he's tumbling over. He's a little bit hard to balance, as I mentioned earlier. Thankfully, these guys are all in packaging. If they weren't, they would all be laid out like dominoes. But yeah, overall, I must say Super Adaptoid here is a pretty awesome figure. If you are a fan of large-scale figures, I think you gotta add Super Adaptoid to your collection. Especially if you're an Avengers fan. I'm not sure how big of a role he has against the Avengers. Like, I'm not sure if he's like a reoccurring villain or whatever, or if he's like a henchman for like a Doctor Doom or Red Skull or something like that. But just because he incorporates so much of the Avengers, you have to add this to your collection if you are an Avengers fan. So yeah, pretty solid figure. I would say the only downside is the lack of hands. Like I mentioned, I think he would definitely benefit from having 2 gripping hands instead of the fisted hand. I think it is kind of weird that they didn't include an extra set of hands. That always kind of seems to be a given for any Marvel Legends figure that comes out. But obviously, this is not your regular Marvel Legends, as you can see in scale, almost twice the size of a regular Marvel Legends. You know, most Marvel Legends come in at the 6-inch line, and Buddy here is 11.7, so he is almost twice as big as a regular figure. But yeah, overall, I would say, other than the set of hands, I would say it's a pretty awesome figure and an excellent addition to my collection. Next, we are going to be jumping into the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Best Action line, and I've got 2 editions this month. And honestly, there are 2 very, very cool editions. I'm just going to introduce them now because I think the figures actually turned out super cool and are awesome. They are characters I did not know that were adapted into the TV show. I thought they were just from the movie. But the characters I am talking about are from the kind of infamously known Secret of the Ooze, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Secret of the Ooze, or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze movie. It is Toka, and it is Razor. I was going to split these guys up and do like one this month and then one the next month, but I'm like, if I'm going to do these guys, it's got to be together because they are a duo. You know, they are kind of like a Bebop and Rocksteady. And like I mentioned earlier, I didn't know that these guys were adapted into the TV show. I thought they were just for the movie, the live action movie, but I'm going to be honest, I never watched the cartoon, so I wouldn't even have known if they were adapted into the cartoon, but it's cool to see that they were, and I think these figures look fucking awesome. Me personally, I'm going to say my favorite right now. I love Toka. I think he looks fucking awesome. We're probably going to take a look at him first. No, let's take a look at Razor first. We'll take a look at the less exciting of the 2. Not to discredit Razor. I think he does look cool, but I think compared to, between the 2 of them, I think Toka is definitely the cooler. But as we can see, here is Razor looking pretty awesome in his little beast form. I'm not sure what he's supposed to be. Obviously, with Toka, we know that he is like some sort of mutated turtle. With Bebop and Rocksteady, they are like a rhinoceros and warthog, respectively. But with Razor, I'm not sure if he's like a dog or a wolf or just like a furry animal of some sort. I really have no idea. Maybe a bear. I don't think it'd be a bear, but possibly. Comes with some very cool accessories, as we can see here. Some very furry hands. And comes with a little kind of mace weapon, a little skull on a larger bone. I'm assuming that's a leg bone of some sort. And then he's also got a sewer cap here. I'm assuming it's probably going to act like a shield. Yeah, as we can see here, he is holding it like a shield. And yeah, I think the figure looks awesome. As we can see, there's a lot of cool detail on him. We can see like his clothing remains there of when he mutated. Not sure what this chest piece is supposed to be. I'm not sure what that was adapted from into making like some chest armor. I have no idea what that is. He's got some nice shoulder armor pieces there. Got some nice gauntlets, some elbow pads, some nice little thigh spikes, looking cool. Some knee pads there. Some very cool looking claws that we can kind of see. There we go. We can kind of see it there. We can see that his hands have like these shackles on it. I don't know if we could see a better... We can kind of see it here. More of a better look. Shackles on the hands. We can kind of see it here as well. We can see the little shackle on this hand. Looking pretty cool. He busted out of his little chains. Let's take a look at the box. So here's a nice shot of the front here. On top, we've got a little window with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles logo. On this side, we've got another window looking into the figure. On the bottom, we've got some boring stuff. I will say this little like tear effect that they have here kind of freaked me out a little bit because I had the figures lying down on top of each other on my table. And when I saw this, I'm like, dude, what happened to my box? And I'm like, oh shit, you idiot. It's just an effect that they had on the box. Really weird effect because I'm assuming other people probably had that reaction too. Like, oh shit, what the fuck? My box is damaged. It's ripped. But once they look closer, it's like, no, that is part of the box. So you got me with that one, loyal subjects. You did get me with that fake out there. On this side, we see a nice shot of Razor here. Actually, looking at him here, he kind of reminds me of the Beast from Beauty and the Beast, at least the head-wise. Looks exactly like, I think he has a name, but I'm just going to call him Beast. Very, very similar. Maybe he's looking for his bell? Beauty and the Beast. Is it Belle? I think it's Belle. I don't know. It's been a very long time since I watched Beauty and the Beast. And on the back here, we see a nice shot of Razor here, as we saw already, and all his cool accessories that he comes with. Also has a little description, which we will read. Razor, this mutant gray wolf. Well, we found out what kind of animal he is, but, you know, I don't think gray is really the color of him, but whatever. This mutant gray wolf was created when the Shredder unleashed a mutagen at a zoo. When his best friend Toka was captured by the mutant hunter Dirk Savage, he set out on a mission to save him and make Savage pay. So, cool little story. Definitely a better backstory than what they had in the second movie. I don't even remember how they came about in the second movie. I think they were just animals and then they got mutated into the creatures. Where like Bebop and Rocksteady were two guys that were mutated with like rhinoceros and warthog DNA. These guys were just creatures and then evolved into the creatures that they are now. Actually, I didn't even notice he's got little green undies there. Yeah, he's got little green undies. How cute. But I'm not sure who Dirk Savage is. That's a bit of a deep cut for me when it comes to TMNT lore. But maybe this is a little tease of a character that we might see eventually in the figure line. But yeah, another shot of Razor here. And as we saw in the back of Razor's box talking about his best friend, let's introduce his best friend. We've got Toka, and like I said, between the two, I think he does look cooler. For me personally, the thing that really puts it over the edge for me is the spikes on the shell. I think those just look super wicked and awesome. It's so like 90s, you know, just putting like spikes on everything. It's just super cool. I like that quite a bit. And I like his design overall. I think he looks pretty cool, and he comes with some pretty cool accessories. So as Razor did as well, came with an extra set of hands, as we can see here. But unlike, actually no, Razor technically did have two weapons because he has the mace type weapon and he has the shield. Toka, I'm in my head, I'm trying to like, okay, Toka is the turtle, Razor is, you know, the wolf with the razor sharp teeth. I apologize if I like misnamed them at any point, but yeah, Toka here has a very cool bladed weapon, obviously with more spikes here on the handle, but a very cool blade looking thing. And he as well has opted for a mace type weapon, but he went more medieval with it, where, you know, Razor, he went a little more grittier with it, with the human remains, someone he probably consumed. And yeah, not only does Toka have all these spikes on his shell, which are pretty cool, also has spikes all over him, as you can see on his knee pads and his shoulder pads. And I really like his belt too, his little Foot Clan belt with the skull and bones and the little Foot Clan logo in the center. Very, very cool touch. I'm not sure what the red little things are supposed to be on the side. Maybe they're like turtle shells of some sort. There we can see a little bit of sloppy painting, but it looks like it is supposed to be kind of like a throwing star of some sort. Here is a nice shot of the front. Here is the top with the window. Another window that doesn't really... I mean, you get a nice shot of the figure, but I don't think you need two windows, in my opinion. On the bottom, we got some boring stuff. On this side, we see a nice little action shot of Razor. And actually, as you can see here, it's more clear that these are kind of throwing star weapons. I wish they did put a little more detail into it. Instead of painting everything red, they literally could have saved themselves some paint by just painting the star red, but whatever. But yeah, I like this little shot of him here. I like both shots. I like this one here where he's just kind of standing, looking very terrifying. And then this one here where he's going full Hulk smash. I think that is a pretty cool shot of him there. And here is a nice toy shot of him here, holding one of his weapons and pretty much, you know, being like The Rock, where it's like, hey, bring it. Let's read his little description as well, even though we kind of already know what to expect. Created after the Shredder unleashed mutagen at a zoo, Toka is an out-of-control alligator snapping turtle. After being captured by the mutant hunter Dirk Savage, he was rescued by his best friend, Razor. So pretty much the exact same thing that was written on Razor's box, but... you know, they were so interconnected, it was bound to kind of repeat, so that was to be expected. Now let's get into some comparisons with some other TMNT characters. First one, actually I'm pretty excited about this one because when I think of Toka and Razor, you know, I think of the Secret of the Ooze movie, and one of their first scenes when they kind of became these mutated creatures, they were introduced to their new master Shredder, but they did not refer to him as Master Shredder, they referred to him as Mama? When I first watched it, I was kind of like, oh man, that's kind of, you know, goofy because Shredder's like this super serious badass in the movies, and then he's getting called Mama and being hugged to death. Well, he doesn't die. I'm just metaphorically hugged to death by his two new children that I was like, oh man, that's kind of dorky. But I remember I rewatched it somewhat recently. I believe a couple years ago, I rewatched this movie, and I was like, you know what? Toka and Razor, they're the best. They can call Shredder Mama all they want. So here is Mama Bear with her two sons, or with his two sons, I apologize. I'm going to assume Razor is probably his favorite just because of his disdain for turtles. So I'm assuming Toka is not his favorite child. Speaking of turtles, Toka is not the only evil turtle that is a villain of the Ninja Turtles. We also got Slash. I don't know how much interaction they had in the show or anything like that, but this is going to come back later because I want to do a little turtle team with Slash, Toka, and a couple of the turtles. So that's why I kind of brought out Slash, but I'm like, you know what? Let's just bring him in and do a little comparison between the two. So here they are together, and we got to make some room for these next two guests because before there was Toka and Razor, we had another two animal sidekicks that were Shredder's right-hand men, and that is Rocksteady, almost called him Bebop, and actually Bebop. So here they are together, four mutated creatures under Shredder's regime. I don't know if you can see it on camera, but Razor and Toka are definitely huge and way bigger than Bebop and Rocksteady. And definitely girthy too. I don't think I showed this off, but their box is quite a thick boy. So for most of the boxes, they're kind of in this size. And you can see between the two, Toka and Razor, I'll do a little side comparison between both of them, that their boxes are much larger because obviously they are bigger figures. But now we got both the dynamic duos, which is really, really cool. And then last but not least, if you got some villains, you're going to need some heroes to take them on. So I brought in Leonardo and Raphael. Because what's the point of having bad guys in your collection if you don't have some good guys to put them up against? So they look pretty good together. Actually, we'll be talking about the turtles right before we end the segment. Get a little teaser for the next episode. But here's a fun little group shot of the turtles and Toka and Razor. And like I mentioned, we can do a little kind of turtle team. You know, if you wanted to, maybe in your collection, you have the turtles. I also have Donatello and Michelangelo, but if I brought them in, there'd just be way too many boxes. So I just brought in Leo and Raph. But if you wanted to, hey, you know, maybe you want to add on to the TMNT team. You got Toka, who you can add to the team. And then you also got Slash, who we saw earlier. So if you really wanted to, your whole Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle crew can now be 6 turtles in total, which is kind of cool. If you wanted to do that, if you wanted to increase your turtle display, have fun with it. I know there's purists where it's like, no, it's just the 4 turtles, that's it. And I completely understand that, but, I thought this would be a fun one to do with all of them being turtles, so fun little potential group shots. But yeah, overall, I would say Toka and Razor are going to make great additions to my TMNT collection. Very happy that they got figures. Like I mentioned, I did not know that they were in the cartoon, so this was kind of like a shock to me. I thought they were strictly movie characters, and I think they were introduced in the movie and then adapted into the cartoon, but I had no idea that they were actually adapted into the cartoon. I feel like with Toka and Razor, they really don't use them as much in TMNT comics and stuff and movies. The only thing I've ever seen them in is like the second movie. Like, I don't think I've ever seen them in a game too. Actually, that's probably a lie. The TMNT game that came out early this year, I believe they are 2 bosses in one of the levels. I could be wrong, but I feel like I remember seeing them. But other than that, I feel like they don't really get used too much, because if anything, you're probably going to use Bebop and Rocksteady over them, which is, fair, because Bebop and Rocksteady are the more established of the 2. But Toka and Razor, they will always have a special place in my heart, so I'm very, very happy to add them to my collection. And before we wrap up the TMNT section, we're going to give a little teaser for the next episode, actually the next 2 episodes. So what my plan is right now is for November, I plan on picking up the kind of newly released TMNT IDW comic figures that were revealed and released. I think those turtles look absolutely phenomenal, like the detail that goes into them, the accessories. They are such an improvement over these ones here. Now, I can't fault these 2, because they were the original, the catalyst to kind of start off the Best Action collection, and we'll talk more about that later, but just a little teaser for the November and December episode. For November, I'm going to be getting 2 of those turtles, not sure which 2, I got Leo and Raph, but it might not be those in the next episode, but we're going to do 2 turtles for the November episode, and then whatever turtles are left over, we're going to do those 2 for the December episode. So a couple things to look forward to. I'm really looking forward to them, because like I said, they look phenomenal, so much better than these turtles in my opinion. Out of everything in my Best Action collection regarding the TMNT stuff, these are definitely 2 or 4 things that I would love to replace, because yeah, I'm really not a fan of how these turtles turned out. But like I said, we'll talk about that more in the next episode, but just wanted to give you a little bit of a teaser, so look forward to that in the next episode. Next, we are going to be jumping into my video game collection, and we've got 2 editions this month. And if you watched the last episode in the news section, I kind of spoiled who it was going to be, but in case you missed it, I am going to be adding 2 figures from the same video game. I'm going to be honest, kind of holds a special place in my heart. We'll talk more about that in a second. But the figures I am talking about are from the fighting game Tekken, and they are Heihachi, and we've got Kazuya. I kind of fucked up when I put them in. I forgot that they kind of face each other, so I adjusted there. But yeah, these were announced early this year, and I'm going to be honest, it piqued my interest when I saw them, because, when I think of the Tekken figures, the only figures I can kind of think of are the Storm collectible ones, and those are super expensive, and I believe they're kind of hard to find, especially if you're trying to collect every character. I think they're kind of hard to find, plus with the price point, it's just kind of like, unless you're a Tekken fan, it's really, really hard to kind of commit to those. And when I saw these ones, I was like, oh man, that's pretty cool. Kind of similar to what Jada Toys is doing with the Street Fighter figures. We'll be talking more about that later, because we will do some comparisons with those. But I'm like, hey, you know what? A company that wants to offer decent Tekken figures at a lower price point, I kind of want to give that a try. And in regards to Tekken, I'm going to be honest, it's not my favorite fighting game. If I were to rank it, I would say number 1 and number 2 are Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter for me personally. I'm calling it number 1 and number 2 because if you ask me on any given day, I might give you a different answer. If you ask me on a Monday, I might say Mortal Kombat. If you ask me on Tuesday, I might say Street Fighter. But I can probably say that Tekken is probably always going to be like a number 3 for me. I just don't have as much experience with Tekken, in terms of playing Tekken games. I think I've only played maybe 2 of them, where with Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, I've played a ton of them. But even though I rank it at a number 3, Tekken does hold a special place in my heart because honestly, it was one of the first video games that I ever played. Not even just fighting games, just video games, period. One of the first video games I've ever played. Back in the day, when I got my PS1, my uncle got it for me for my birthday. He was pretty hyped about it. He was telling me about this PlayStation device, and I was like, okay, yeah, sure, if you want to buy it for my birthday, yeah, I'm open to it. And I remember I opened it, I hooked it up, played it, and with that PS1, it came with a game. It came with some ninja game. It's a pretty fun game. I don't recall what the title is at the moment, but also in the box was a demo disc. I don't know if people remember this. Maybe some people watching this are too young, but back in the day, there used to be these demo discs. I mean, demos are even kind of a thing of the past, because games just kind of get released and they're basically in like a demo state and then they get patched and add content to it. But way back in the day, you would get a demo disc, and on that demo disc would be 4 or 5 demos, at least the one that I remember this Tekken game being on. I think it was 4 or 5 demos on one. I remember there was a Tomb Raider demo, there was Gran Turismo, there was Tekken, and I think there was one more game on there, maybe 1 or 2 more, but those are the 3 that definitely stand out. Tomb Raider, Gran Turismo, Tekken. I'm not sure if it was Tekken 1 or Tekken 2, but it was a Tekken game. And I played that demo disc quite often because, I only had one other game to play, so the only other thing to kind of entertain me was the demo disc. And I played a bunch of the games. I played the Tomb Raider one, it was okay. I played the Gran Turismo one, it wasn't really for me. But the Tekken demo, I really enjoyed myself. I found myself playing it quite often. I think I can only get like 2 or 3 fights in, and then it's like, all right, demo's over. And I was like, oh, fuck, that sucks. I want to play more. And I would just kind of replay and play the same thing over and over again. I would try out different characters. And I remember on that demo disc, there was 2 characters in particular that kind of stuck out to me. One of them being Paul Phoenix, who's one of the most unique looking fighting game characters out there. In case you're not familiar, he dresses in all red. He's got a red gi, and then he's got like a huge flat top. I'll put a picture on the screen. And then the other character that I played as quite often is probably one of my favorite fighting game characters ever, and it is Eddie Gordo. Classic Tekken character. I mean, both of those characters are classic Tekken characters, but Eddie Gordo with the capoeira fighting style, like, it was just so cool and unique. He's always dancing. Even when he's kind of standing still, he's always like doing a little jig and stuff, and I'm like, oh man, he is so much fun to play as. And those were my 2 guys. And there was other people in the demo. You had like Law, and I think Hayachi was in the demo as well. I always liked watching the cinematic because they had that alien. I don't remember his name, but he's an alien. He's like kind of like a skeleton alien. He's got that laser sword, the green laser sword, and it was just really fun to watch. So yeah, even though I rank Tekken at my number 3, it is my first fighting game, and it will always hold a special place in my heart. So when I saw that these figures were being made, I was kind of like, you know what? I haven't heard of this company, Game Dimensions. That's the company that makes these figures. But I'm like, you know what? I do want to give it a try. I want to see if these are any good. Kind of similar to the Jada Toys one where, they're making the Street Fighter figures. And I wasn't familiar with the company. I wasn't familiar with Jada Toys. I've never picked up anything before that. But I'm happy to say, regarding their Street Fighter line, I've really enjoyed what I've got so far. I've only got the Fei Long and Ryu. But I'm like, you know what? I want to give this company a try. I want to see if they are making some decent Tekken figures. So I did buy Wave 1. This is Wave 1, Kazuya and Hayachi. And it looks like they're going to be doing waves of 2. They did announce the wave 2 already, which is going to be Jin and King. And those figures look pretty cool as well. I can't wait. And I don't want to say that yet. I don't know if I can't wait to pick them up. We'll see how these figures are. I do plan on cracking one of them open. I'm going to crack Hayachi open because I do want to kind of test out the joints and stuff. Make sure it's a good product before I kind of commit to buying the whole line. But I thought this would be a good place to start, so we're going to start with Kazuya here. We'll save Hayachi for last. So as we can see here, nice little packaging. One of my favorite things about the figure, and I know it's such a kind of weird thing to include, but it's such a cool little detail. It's the round one, and Heihachi comes with the ready. Super cool detail. I actually really like that quite a bit. I know some people will probably be like, I wish there were some other accessories instead of that. And honestly, I might be on that train eventually where I'm like, you know what? Okay, we got this like once or twice. That's fine. Maybe we can change it out for some other accessories. But I think for the first wave, I think it's a really cool accessory. It adds quite a bit, in my opinion. Plus, it makes for some fun displays. As we can see on the back. Oh, no, I thought it was displayed on the back. Never mind. We'll get to the back. But in regards to this round one thing, there is a stand in the box here. You can see like the little stick portion. There is a thing that is able to stand the round one and the ready one for Heihachi. So before we get to the accessories and kind of break down what's inside, let's look at the box real quick. So here we can see Game Dimensions. That is the person or the company that is making these figures. Tekken 8, stay tuned. So it seems like they're going to be making some Tekken 8 characters. I'm not sure what game these designs are based on. I have no idea. It might be Tekken 8. I'm not too sure. It just says Tekken at the bottom, so I'm just going to assume it's maybe the first game, but maybe something to look forward to. Here we can see a nice shot of Kazuya here with his robotic eye, looking cool, and his scarred body. And we'll be able to see those scars as well. You can kind of see the one on his chest there. You can see the discoloration. On top, we've got Game Dimensions logo again. On the bottom, we've got some boring stuff. On the left side, we got the Tekken logo and Game Dimensions logo. On the right side, we've got a nice shot of Kazuya here, this is how I'm going to have the figures displayed in my collection, kind of the bookshelf style. So here's how they'll look like together. This is actually something I like about these figures compared to like the Street Fighter ones. I'll just kind of bring in one now. With the Street Fighter characters, I love the packaging, I love the arcade style, but something I would have liked is for a nice shot of the character that's in the box to be on the side. I mean, technically, Fei Long is in the box, and he is on the side here, but if I didn't know any better, it could be Cammy, it could be Ryu, it could be anybody in this box. But like I said, we'll do comparisons later with the Street Fighter characters. But I just wanted to show off the box compared to them. So yeah, like I said, this will be how I display it on my shelf. And on the back, we see a nice shot of Kazuya here, doing the exact same pose that he's doing in game. Here we can see the other people in the wave, Heihachi there, and they have yet to announce other figures. Like I mentioned, we already know what wave 2 is going to be, so it's going to be King and Jin. But I'm assuming at the time that they made these, they didn't finalize wave 2, so they just kind of put the locked box, which, you know, I don't mind. I think it kind of adds to it, but it would also be cool to see like what's potentially coming in the future. Also on the box, we've got some nice in-game shot. Here he is taking on Heihachi. Actually, all of them he's taking on Heihachi, but a nice little shot here. Them trading forearms. A nice little like those intro screens. That looks like that's what it was taken from. Just a nice shot of the back there. And in the box, you get a couple cool things. Like I said, you get the round one accessory, you get the little stand for it, you get an extra set of hands. And then you've also got a blast effect piece here, which is pretty cool. And unfortunately, we can't really see too much. You can see a little bit, but in terms of his like robotic eye, we cannot see that because he is looking to the right. Or his left, I guess. I think his gloves look pretty cool. The little white beads on the back of the glove. We talked about the scar on his chest and his abdomen. He's also got a scar on the face there, on his little cheek there. And then you've got his pants, looking pretty cool with the cool fire design. And you can see he's got some foot wraps down there, some red foot wraps. Very, very cool. I know some people are probably going to be like, are you going to open up Kazuya as well? And the answer is no. I'm just going to open up Heihachi. I know that's kind of weird, but I did the same thing with the Street Fighter characters when I got both of them. I only opened Ryu. I didn't open Fei Long. So I'm going to kind of do the same thing here. But yeah, we're going to be opening up Heihachi and not Kazuya, unfortunately. But he's going to be staying a mint in box for now. And let's take a look at Heihachi, the other figure in the wave. Just on his back alone, I think he looks pretty cool. I like that little tiger logo right there. Looks really, really cool. We will take a look at the box real quick, and then, you know, we'll kind of break down what's inside. We're going to open it anyways, so we can do that then. So here is a nice shot of the front. Nice in-game shot of Heihachi here. On top, Game Dimensions logo. On the side, Tekken Game Dimensions logo again. On the bottom, boring stuff. On this side, we got a nice shot of Heihachi here. And here on the back, we see a nice shot of Heihachi doing, I think he's doing the exact same pose that he is on here, similar to what Kazuya was doing as well. We just can't see his arms, but I'm assuming this is what he was looking like. Very similar box, same thing with the locked characters here, but here we can see Kazuya, and here we see some nice shots of Heihachi dominating Kazuya. You know, the other box, we saw Kazuya whipping Heihachi's ass. But here, Heihachi's like, hey, I'm not that much of a slouch. Let me show you what I got. So, nice shot of them here, kind of trading uppercuts. A nice shot of Heihachi there in that kind of like intro video. This ready thing, oh, you know what? Actually, no, that's different. I was ready to say that was the same one. But as we can see, that one says round 1, and this one says ready. So you can recreate this exact scene if you'd like to. And here we see Heihachi doing some sort of blast effect move. And now we will open it up. So there's only 2 sides you can open it from, which is the top and the bottom. Here, I don't believe it has ever been opened. Actually, I forgot to mention earlier in the wrestling section when I talked about Andrade El Idolo and how I bought him and then I bought 2 other things. These were the other 2 things that I bought at the GameStop. I was actually super surprised that they had it. I was ready to buy it off Big Bad Toy Store, but I held off, and I'm glad I did, because I walked into GameStop, I saw these 2 guys, and I was like, okay, it was kind of meant to be, so worked out perfectly. But yeah, we can see the tape is pretty much untouched. And on the bottom, same as well. Sealed, has not been touched. We are going to cut from the bottom. Right here it is. Let's pull this bad boy out. Actually, it's all in one, actually. I was hoping to just kind of pull out the plastic portion, but it came with the back. Actually, hold on a second. Oh, that's pretty cool. I think you can kind of combine these together and make like a little backdrop. That is pretty sick. Yeah, you can kind of set this up to stand on its own. You can put the little tab in here. Putting the tab was actually not a good idea because I put it in and then it kind of just held it like this. So yeah, do not use the tab. It does not hold it in place. Actually, it's not even going to stand just for a second, just so I can show what it looks like. So if you like to open your figures and display them, you can set up a little backdrop there, which is really, really cool. I like that. That's a nice little touch there. Inside the box, it is empty. No instructions. Oh my God, no instructions. How am I going to know not to eat the pieces? Here we can see a nice shot of Heihachi here. We can see all the accessories. We see Ready, the hands, the blast effect piece. We see him. We'll also flip it over to see what it looks like. And we can see the little stand here that we can put the Ready logo on. I'll show that what that looks like when we're looking at the accessories. And here on the opposite side, we can kind of see Heihachi, a better shot of him. Without further ado, let's crack this open. Let me take out all the... Oh, there's tape on this. Oh. Okay, let me cut the tape and let's take a look at the accessories. First accessory we are going to look at is the extra set of hands. So we get a left-fisted hand here. And really not too much to say about it. It's just a fisted hand. Maybe it could use a few more wrinkles because Heihachi is a older gentleman. But here is an open hand. I'm assuming this would be for the blast effect piece. Or maybe it'd be better if you use the fisted hand on this. Probably the fisted hand, then you can rest it on his wrists. Or no, hold on. Actually, I guess we'll just skip right to the blast effect piece. But this kind of looks like a fist. I thought the fist kind of went into it. But it is filled in at the back. So yeah, you probably put his hands in here and then he fires off a Hadouken of some sort. But yeah, nice translucent blue color. Next, we've got the stand that we can set up for the Ready symbol. So here's just a very clear piece of plastic. You can see all the logos and symbols and stuff. Bandai, made in China, blah, blah, blah. Actually, if we look closely here, something pretty interesting. I guess we can see what game this was based on. Tekken 7. We see the trademark there. And here we got the little stand, so the ready will sit in here, and here is the bottom portion that will go into the stand. So let's put it in. No click in, and you can take it out pretty easily. But yeah, there it is. Looks good, seems sturdy. And before we actually set it up with the ready symbol, are you ready? We'll say it looks very plasticky. I mean, it is plastic, but it looks, I don't know, it looked cooler in the box instead of what I have in my hands. Not to disparage it, I don't know, it just kind of, I don't know, it just looks weird. I don't know. You know, it's basically just kind of floating text, essentially, and it looks cool. It's an orangey color, translucent, as you can see, pretty thin there. And now let's try it out on the stand. So we just rest it here, and there it is, ready. It sits very nicely. It doesn't stay still, so if you do move it or lift it or whatever, it will fall out. But yeah, sits quite nicely in there. And we'll just kind of float it around. Boom. Ready. And something I am ready for is the man of the hour. Let's take a look at Heihachi. And here he is, Heihachi himself, and I've got to say, he looks pretty freaking cool. Now that we can see him on full display, we'll do a quick 360 of him. We already saw his back, but there's the front, and we will see his back here again. Looking quite nice. Let's take a quick look at that face scan. Not bad. I like the hair. I think the hair, you know, that's his style. You know, I thought Paul Phoenix was the one with the only crazy hairstyle, but I forgot that Heihachi is pretty out there as well. But in regards to the face scan, I gotta say it doesn't look too bad. I kind of had my reservations because you really couldn't see it because he was posed like this in the package, which is a cool pose, but you know, I want to take a look at my action figure and see what I'm getting into, and I'm happy to say it does look pretty good. I don't really have too many complaints in terms of the head sculpt. Now, something I did have my reservations on with this figure and just this line in general was when these figures were first announced, they were shown off at a fighting game convention. I'm not sure if it was EVO, but it was one of those. They had the showcasters show off the figures. I'm not sure which figure it was, but they were showing off the articulation and stuff, and it's pretty funny. As soon as he moves the leg absolutely pops off the ball joint. I don't know if it broke or fell apart, but I was taking a look at the hip and ball joint here, and it does look like it could pop out, but it does look like it could pop in easily as well. But it's just a really funny clip. I'm gonna find it and throw it in here now
as the next match. But first we're going to talk about Game Dimensions showing you guys and releasing these new Tekken 7 20 points of articulation figures, which are really cool. You can see them right here in front of us, man.
Articulate. Can you make him hell sweep?
I'm pretty sure you can. They got the spinning torso. They got the spinning torso action. This guy Rip, dude. Oh, man. Like I said, I won't let Rip play with my toys.
And it was just one of those things where it's like they're trying to show off this really cool figure and, you know, something for the Tekken fans, and it's like, oh, it immediately falls apart as soon as you touch it. So I did have my reservations. Also, when they announced these, they announced them that they were going to be 6.5 inches, which is pretty tall compared to most figures, which are usually in the 6-inch line. And I gotta say, I think he's pretty decent when it comes to size. We will compare him to Ryu because that's going to be like the main comparison, the Tekken series and the Street Fighter figures. But I brought in another figure. I've got Mighty Morphin Green from my Lightning collection. We'll be seeing him again later in the Power Rangers portion. But to kind of compare the two, it seems like he is closer to 6 than 6.5, which is pretty good. We'll also do a little back-to-back. There they are, sitting flat on my hand. And Heihachi is a little bit taller, but I actually don't mind that. I think it still scales well with the Lightning Collection figure, which is 6 inches. But I want to see how it scales with the Street Fighter figures, because I'm assuming if you're buying the Street Fighter figures, you might be checking out these as well. And, you know, you can recreate some of those classic fights from Street Fighter vs. Tekken. I completely forgot that they had that crossover game. And as you can see, Heihachi definitely towers over Ryu. Not by much, though. I would say this is probably what I would scale them at, in my opinion. We'll do a back-to-back look like we did with the Green Ranger, so laying flat on my palm. So not too bad. I actually like the scaling on this. Like I said, I think Hayachi probably would have a height advantage over Ryu. So size-wise, I think it looks pretty good. Also, you can see by the bicep, Hayachi is definitely a lot more built than Ryu. That I'm not sure. I would assume if he's taller than him, he might be a little more built than him. But he's definitely got a larger bicep by quite a huge margin there. But we'll do more with Ryu after. I do want to take a look at the articulation and stuff. I want to see if this is a line I might be considering investing in. And I'm going to be honest, just off the rip on the accessories and the box and stuff, I'm liking it. But now, let's take a look at the articulation, because this is, in my opinion, going to be the real make it or break it for this figure. So in terms of head articulation, he cannot look up much. That's about as far back as it goes. That's as far down as it goes, which is not bad. It is a little disappointing that he can't look up too much. We got regular head articulation. It's kind of shitty that the neck moves as well. It's kind of an annoyance, because I feel like anytime I move the head, I'm going to have to like move the neck joint as well, because it's rotating. I mean, I like that there's articulation there, but I just wish it wouldn't go with the head. Actually, here it's kind of staying still. But if I were to do like a full rotation, then the head gets lost in the sauce compared to the neck. So a little bit of an annoyance, but honestly, if you're going to pose this figure, you're probably just going to put him in one stance, one like action pose or something like that, and then you're never going to move him. But if you plan on like, playing with him or whatever the case may be, moving that head around, I can see being quite annoying. Next, let's take a look at the arms. We've got no butterfly joint. We got arm articulation going up. Not bad. And we saw it all the way down. Looks pretty good. Rotate it around. Rotate the bicep. Everything is pretty smooth so far. We got double jointed elbows. Actually, I do like how smooth the joints are. Like, it's not loose, but it's not stiff. Actually, as I say this, this elbow is like super hard to bend. But we'll get to that elbow in a second. So if we take a look at the arms, we can see some pins. We see a pin here in the shoulder, and we see the pins here in the elbow, and another pin in the back there. On the leg, no pins. I mention it every episode. For me, pinless, it really doesn't matter. I just mention it as part of my kind of walkthrough of the figure, but I don't mind them too much. They're not big and hideous, so it doesn't bother me too much. We got a nice wrap here on the wrists. Looking pretty good. Some nice tape. And then we got some hand articulation here. Can move it all the way about. Nice little ball joint there. We will change out this hand for the other fisted hand once we get through this articulation. But let's check out this arm as well. Up, down, rotate it around. Now we're going to try out the bicep. Pretty good. We saw the elbow, but maybe it loosened up a little bit. Not really. It's a little tough, but I don't mind that too much. And then we got the hand articulation again. Popped off the hand. Well, I guess I kind of meant to do that. But here you can see what the peg looks like. Small little thing. Here's the hand that we will be replacing. Push it in, and boom. We now have two fisted hands. Next, let's check out the torso. Actually, before that, let's check out the gi, which is a nice soft rubber. It feels nice. I like the texture on it, the belt. You cannot remove the belt, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like the belt is there to stay, compared to the Street Fighter figure, where we could take off the belt for Ryu if we wanted to, and then take off the gi. We cannot do that with the Hayachi, which is a little bit of a bummer, because especially, you got this giant torso scar. It would have been cool to actually be able to see it without the gi. So maybe that's something they might implement in the future. I don't know if there's too many, topless Hayachi shots in games and stuff, but just having that option, being able to take off the gi and, maybe have an epic fight between him and whoever the case may be. But yeah, the gi is stuck together and the belt does not come off, as we can see there. We saw the tiger earlier, but it's actually pretty cool. You can see it's kind of molded onto it. Now let's check out the torso articulation. There we go, all the way backwards. That's actually pretty good, not bad. I think that's a pretty solid back bend right there. Now let's go forward. A little disappointing. I wish I went down a little bit further, but that's just me. We've got the waist here. Actually, speaking of waists, let's take a look under the gi. And we've got a very hideous... Should that be pushed up? No, I think it's supposed to be like that. We got a very hideous waist here. I guess it's kind of good that the gi is covering that because, you know, imagine if you did take off the shirt, then you see, like, his torso's half off his legs. Like, that could be a little frightening, so it is all covered up, but interesting choice there, I guess. I don't know. I don't think I've seen that in quite some time. Next, we got the pants, which are also textured. They look and feel very nice. Like them quite a bit. And now the kind of moment of truth. Let's check out the leg articulation. This is where the figure broke on the guy. First, we're going to start out with the split test. And that's a pretty solid split test. I would give that... I'd give that a 9.5 out of 10 for splits. It's not a perfect 10, but it's really, really solid. Yeah, 9.5 on that one. Let's try the sit test. Sit test is a little lacking in my opinion. I guess it's fine for the most part. Now let's check out the leg articulation. Bring it up quite high. Can we bring it backwards? Yeah, kind of. Kind of goes off to the side. It doesn't go directly backwards. As you can see here. There is movement in the thigh here as well, so we can rotate that around. We got double jointed knees. Very smooth knees. I was kind of interested to see how that was going to work, but I like it. I like how smooth that is. And then we got his feet. He's got some big feet, man. Like, look at these things. These things are huge. I don't know if it is picking up on camera. Let's get Ryu. Let's do a little foot comparison. Look at that. Look how big his foot is. It's massive. Let's move his big feet and see what kind of articulation he has here. He does have an ankle joint. You can move that bad boy however you'd like. Not bad. And now let's check out this leg here. We got the thigh all the way up, all the way back. Double jointed knees, also very smooth. Quite nice. And then the same foot articulation on this foot here. So here we have Heihachi and Ryu getting ready to throw down. We've got the ready symbol here, ready logo, whatever you want to call it. And this is a pretty cool setup. And I've got to say, I think they go well together. I think they scale well. Here's another comparison between another two fighters. We got Kazuya and Fei Long, and we can see the styles and packaging. Actually, if you look at this, Kazuya looks massive over Fei Long, but I believe Fei Long, he's pretty deep in the package, but I think they would scale well. If I had to say, I think this line actually scales well together. Both of these lines are in its infancy. You know, they're both in just Wave 1, with Wave 2 announced for both. Actually, with Street Fighter, that's got Wave 3 announced as well, but I actually look forward to like both of these lines progressing and releasing more fighters, and you know, I can see some really awesome displays and setups coming out of this. And speaking of setups, I think this is a pretty cool setup here. Heihachi and Ryu ready to throw down, literally ready to throw down. I gotta say, I'm actually really happy with how these Tekken figures turned out. I'm happy that they scale well with these Street Fighter figures. I did have my reservations, along with what I mentioned earlier in terms of the articulation and the figure falling apart. I'm happy to say mine did not. Maybe my Kazuya might if I pulled it out of the box, but like I said, I just wanted to focus on Heihachi here. And I gotta say, I am very happy to be collecting both these lines, and I know I should be talking more about the Tekken one instead of the Street Fighter one, but I feel like if you're going to collect one, you're probably going to collect the other. And like I said, with the game that they have, the Street Fighter vs. Tekken game, you can recreate a lot of those fights and scenes from that game with these figures, so I think it's pretty cool. Now I really wish that Mortal Kombat had a decent line. I know McFarlane has the property, but they've really like dropped the ball in terms of the Mortal Kombat figures. Plus, they come in the 7-inch scale, so they would not scale well with these, which is unfortunate because, you know, I mentioned earlier, Mortal Kombat's one of my favorite fighting games, and I would definitely love to, incorporate it with these other fighting games here. Fingers crossed that either McFarlane starts to care about Mortal Kombat, or another company like Game Dimensions or Jada Toys, or even a company that I'm not familiar with. Maybe they pick up the IP and they start producing some awesome figures. So, Game Dimensions, I think you did a fantastic job with these figures. I look forward to what you put out next, especially with Wave 2, and hopefully this wave of figures, the Tekken ones specifically, I hope they do well, and I hope the line is able to flourish and expand into many, many more characters. So, yeah, very happy with how these figures turned out, and a great addition to my video game collection. And last but not least, we are ending out our episode today with the Power Rangers collection. I was going to say Power Rangers Lightning collection. I mean, the editions that I have for this episode are Power Rangers Lightning collection. I got 2 editions for this episode, but I've also got something very, very cool, a custom piece for my figures. So we're going to be saving that for the end, but let's get into the 2 figures that I'm going to be adding to my collection. The first one is a figure that I was waiting for them to kind of announce this team. I was actually waiting for them to kind of wait till the very end, like later on in the Lightning collection, to pump out these figures. But hey, they're pumping it out now. And I gotta say, I think it turned out way better than what I expected. But honestly, this is not a season that I hold in high regard for me personally. And this figure's kind of, a bittersweet one. Actually, I'll get into that in a second. Let's just introduce the figure first. The figure I am talking about is one of the 3 figures from Wave 15. It is Turbo Red. So, like I was mentioning, Turbo is not really my favorite season. I honestly don't really recall too much about it. I think it's just kind of a blah series, especially coming off like Mighty Morphin and Zeo, which were the first 2 seasons. The first season, Mighty Morphin had dinosaurs, and then with Zeo, actually Mighty Morphin had other Zords as well that were pretty cool. And then with Zeo, they had a mix of like animals and alien type vehicles, spacecrafts and stuff. And then going into Turbo, it just being a car theme, it was pretty disappointing in my opinion, because if I wanted transforming cars, there's another brand that does transforming cars extremely well. So when they went the vehicle route in Power Rangers, it almost like killed the brand, if I remember correctly. I think Turbo did that badly that it really tanked Power Ranger stock. I know Turbo's not really well thought of in the Power Rangers community, so I was kind of interested to see when Hasbro would bust out the Turbo figures. Like I said, I thought they would kind of do it later, like near the end of the Lightning collection. It'd be like one of those teams that they kind of save towards the end. But they decided to pump it out here. And we already have a couple of Turbo Rangers as well. We have the Blue Centurion and the Phantom Ranger, who will be showing off here in a little bit. So there was already kind of a basis for the Turbo team, and now it looks like we're finally starting to get them. Kind of, that's where the bittersweet portion comes in, because this is part of Wave 15, and as we know right now, this is the final wave of the Lightning collection, pending a freeze in the series or potentially a cancellation, who knows. But as of right now, this is going to be the only Turbo Ranger, technically part of the main team, that we are going to be getting for the foreseeable future, which is pretty unfortunate. But one thing that is pretty cool about this figure is that it completes our Tommy collection. This is the last Ranger form that Tommy Oliver was. In previous Lightning collection releases, we've got Mighty Morphin Green, who we saw earlier in the video game section, Mighty Morphin White, Zeo Red, Dino Thunder Black, and now we have his final form, Turbo Red. Now, this figure does not come with the Tommy head. It comes with a TJ head, which I'm actually glad that it does, because I do like TJ as a character, so I'm glad that he got to shine here. But, with the heads. They're all interchangeable, so you can technically use this as a Tommy figure, and we'll be trying that out later. We'll see what a Tommy head looks like on this body, but yeah, without further ado, let's check out the box. I'm actually pretty excited about opening this figure. I think it looks great. I think the detail on the suit looks awesome. I think the helmet looks good, all the lines on the body, the black lines and stuff, and one of my personal favorite things about this figure is all the accessories that he comes with. He comes with 3 different weapons. Comes with a gun and 2 different swords, so that is pretty cool, along with a blast effect piece, another set of hands, and a civilian head. We'll be checking all that in a second, but let's take a look at the box. And here it is, a nice shot of Turbo Red here. And I actually like the way that the red looks on the plastic-free packaging. This is the first and potentially only Red Ranger that we'll be getting in the plastic-free packaging. And I don't know, I feel like the red just really pops on the box. It looks very, very nice. So, nice shot of the front here. On top, we've got just a nice red here. On the side, we've got Power Rangers Turbo. We got the Turbo logo, and we see the helmet here for Turbo Red. Looking pretty cool. On the bottom, we got some boring stuff. On this side, we see a nice shot of Turbo Red holding his sword. This is how I'm going to have it displayed in my collection, bookshelf style. And on the back, like we saw all the accessories. We see Turbo Red Ranger, TJ Johnson, and a nice shot of him holding one of the swords. So without further ado, let's open the box. We are going to be opening from the bottom, but let's take a look at all the tape here. Tape on this side looks untouched. Perfect. On this side, same thing. And on the bottom, we've got just one piece of tape. We only got this piece of tape here. And it is sealed. Cracked open the seal. Let's pull the bad boy out. Here it is. Here we can see inside the box. It is empty. We're going to take these instructions and put them away for now. I'll keep them close because you never know, I might need them. And here we can see the figure. Everything is nicely packed. All the accessories in here. I definitely probably see some of the swords being bent. Hopefully that is not the case. And we obviously see Turbo Red here, if you look closely. So yeah, without further ado, let me unpack this and let's take a look at the figure. Then first we are going to take a look at the extra set of hands that he comes with. And here they are, just white gloved hands. We've got a trigger finger for the right hand. Please focus. There we go. Little trigger finger there. Got some texturing on the back of the glove. And for the left hand, we've got a fisted hand. Not too much to say. Just, you know, plain white gloves. Well, not plain. It's got texture to it, but you know what I mean. There's not much to say about hands. But I'm always happy to get them. First of 3 weapons, we've got his blaster. I'm not sure if this is a blaster that the whole team gets. I would assume so, or I don't know if it's just his. I see a little peg here for potentially a blast effect piece, but this blast effect piece does not have a peg. This is more for the sword to go on top. So if you do have a blast effect piece, it looks like you can plug it in there, which is nice. A little scuff and paint on the black there. You can see a little red protruding through. Not too big of a deal. Just making mention of it though. Like I said, I don't really recall too much about Turbo, so I don't know if this is accurate or not. I would assume so, but I can't really speak on it. But, you know, it's a nice little gun. Next, we got the swords, and I don't know which one to take a look at first. They're both pretty cool. Let's take a look at this one here. Let's take a look at the one with the red handle. And here we can see this is the Turbo logo right there, the little triangle. And just a nice plain sword. Here is the handle. Just red. No, I was going to say no texture on it, but it does have a little bit of detail on it with the line there. We will pose him with it later. I believe this was the main sword. If I remember correctly, I think this is one of those weapons that he combines with the other Turbo weapons, and then they make like the Mega Blaster thing. I could be wrong. Like I said, don't really recall too much about Turbo. Let's take a look at his other sword, which is a pretty cool looking sword. I like the detail on it. Looks quite nice. It's got a different little handle there with this little kind of keychain type thing. But here we can see I got a couple scuffs here. There we go. Having a lot of trouble focusing, but we can see a little bit of red peeping through the silver, unfortunately. And not too big of a deal, because you can put it this way and then you don't even see it. I'm not sure which one I like more. I probably like the... Actually, I probably like the left one more just because, you know, it's bigger. It's got a cooler handle than this one. Yeah, I'm going to go with the left sword. I think that one is the cooler of the two. And speaking of cool swords, we're going to keep this on, and we will take our blast effect piece and kind of put it on here. This seems kind of weird for a sword because it bends. I guess something like that, just kind of weaved in through the little holes there, and it wrapped around actually quite nice. But yeah, for the blast effect piece, just a nice little translucent light blue. Not too much to say about this either. And then the last accessory we have is the helmet for the Turbo Red Ranger. And here it is, looking quite nice. I like all the silver paint, looks pretty good. Like I said, the red really pops. Red is not a favorite color of mine, but I think it looks pretty solid on this figure. And I guess we'll take a look at the human head, which is on the figure. I'll just pop it off right now. We'll take a look at it, and then I'll put the regular helmet back on. Here we can see TJ Johnson, and I think this is a good likeness to him. It definitely resembles the actor quite a bit, which is always good because, you know, the heads can be kind of hit and miss. I do want to double check later if this is similar to his In Space Blue Ranger figure, because for those of you who are unfamiliar, TJ here actually has two Ranger forms. His first one was the Turbo Red Ranger, and then later on he became the In Space Blue Ranger. So I want to see if they reused the same head or gave him a different head sculpt. We'll check that out later, like I mentioned, but there is his head sculpt. Looking quite nice. And now let's put his helmet on. Actually, hold on. Let me do my favorite pose since this head was already on. I probably should have done it before, but I forgot. And there is TJ with his helmet. Looking quite nice. Like that quite a bit. Now let's get his helmet on and let's take a look at this figure. Boom, it is in, and we officially have our Turbo Red Ranger. We'll just do a quick 360 of him. See all the black lines on his suit? I didn't realize how many black lines were on the suit. I thought it was just kind of like a plain red kind of thing, but yeah, when they announced the figure, I went back and actually looked at the suits, and I completely forgot about all these black lines, so it's nice of them to include it. Actually, considering the other two figures in the wave, I'm not sure when I'll get them. Lightspeed Rescue Blue and RPM Yellow. I will get them, I'm not sure when. I just ended up getting Turbo Red first. That's just how it worked out, but yeah, between all the accessories that he came with, like the 3 weapons, the 2 swords, and the gun, and all the details on his suit, like the black lines, he came with a lot of stuff. A lot more stuff than what I was expecting. I'm just going to put his gun in here, just to kind of make him more complete, and the gun won't really affect anything. And now let's take a look at the figure. Let's take a look at the articulation. We've got a head swivel here, looking nice. Can't really look up. That's about as far up as he can look. It's a little disappointing. Can't really look down too much either. Not really too much head movement there. I feel like the Power Rangers usually get more articulation out of their head. Or maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. I can't recall at this moment. But now we are going to move on to the arm articulation. We've got butterfly joints here. A little stiff. They need to be worked in. But they are there and moving. Arm articulation. Rotate this bad boy around. We got a bicep cut here. Here we can see the Turbo logo on this shoulder. We've got double jointed knees. Or sorry, double jointed elbows. We will get to the double jointed knees eventually. And now we've got hand articulation here. I think I'm going to change out his fisted hand because I want to dual wield him with the swords later. So we are going to replace this hand right now for the trigger hand. And he's got double trigger hands, which are kind of weird because he's only got one gun, but whatever. I digress. And here we will check out the next arm. Here we see the butterfly joint as well. Again, needs to be worked in a little bit hard to move there. We got arm articulation, shoulder. Rotate that bad boy around. Bicep cut here. Rotate it around. On this shoulder, compared to the other one where he's got the turbo logo here, he's got his number. He is number 1 because he is the Red Ranger. And we've got double jointed elbows. I got it right this time, not double jointed knees. And they are pinless. I don't believe I made mention of that on this side. And the legs are also pinless, for anybody wondering. And hand articulation. Now let's take a look at the abdomen. And here we can rotate it around. We'll do a full rotation there. No waist swivel, it's all in the abdomen here. And then we also have the ab joint as well, which doesn't really want to move. I hear it squeaking and stuff. Like, you can hear the ratchet, but you can also hear it just being a squeaky little bugger. But yeah, it does not want to move too much. That's about as far back as it's going, and that's about as far forward as it's going. I'm not sure why, but it is pretty limited. I think that's the belt that's making all that squeaking noise. Could be wrong, but I believe it is. But speaking of the belt, looks quite nice here. Here we can see like some headlights for the belt. You can rotate it around a little bit. And as you can see, we put the gun in the holster. All the swords would be way too big to accommodate that, so it is fit for his little blaster there. And now let's check out his leg articulation. Let's check out the splits. Whoa, hold on. No splits? Really? Hold on a fucking second. I don't know if it's being tough or it just doesn't want to bend. Wow, that's it for the splits. That's pretty disappointing. Holy shit. I don't know why, but I feel like all the articulation on this figure so far has been pretty limiting. The head, the abdomen, I don't know, I feel like it should be more. But anyways, moving on. Let's check out the sit pose. Not bad. Decent little sit pose there. Now let's try out the legs. Forward, backwards. I believe this has drop-down hips. Yeah, I believe it does. Not much, but they're there. I've actually seen it a lot better on some other figures, but this one, not so much. Does not really want to move. Thigh cut there. Double jointed knees. I was going to say elbows as a joke, but I decided to stick with the knees. A little tough to bend. The top one, not so much. A little loose there, but the second one, much tougher to bend. Then we got a boot cut here. Rotate that bad boy around, and we've got foot articulation. Now let's check out the other leg. Forward, backward, thigh cut, double jointed knees. This one is not as easy to move as the other one, which I like. I like a little bit of resistance. Sometimes when you have like a loose joint, it scares you. At least it scares me, because I'm like, oh shit, I don't really want to move it. I don't want to loosen it anymore. You know, I try and limit it. I try and limit the movement as much as I can. But yeah, knees are bending. We got the boot cut here, and foot articulation. Does not really want to bend backwards, but it is. But I really gotta yank on it. We've taken a look at the Turbo Red Ranger. Now let's take some group shots and comparisons with some other figures. The first one we're going to take a look at is his previous release. Not only was he the Turbo Red Ranger, but after the Turbo series, he ended up becoming the In-Space Blue Ranger. This figure has actually been released twice. One like this in a vehicle with the Galaxy Glider, and then it's also been released in a 2-pack with the Psycho Silver Ranger. So you had 2 opportunities to pick this one up. But I just wanted to take a look at the head scans, because some of the early head scans can be a little rough. So here we can see TJ as the In-Space Blue Ranger. Not a bad likeness to him. And now let's take a look at the Turbo Red version. And I would have to say, between the two, we will do a comparison in a second, just doing a single shot of each, and then we'll do the comparison right off the bat. I think that the Red Turbo Ranger version looks way better. I like his smirk that he's got going on here because TJ was kind of a playful guy. And with this one, he just looks super serious. And there's definitely a skin tone issue. Like with the Blue Ranger, the In-Space Blue Ranger version, he's a lot darker. And then for this, I feel like they got his skin tone correct. But I would definitely say that the Red Ranger head is definitely more accurate to what he actually looks like. And I think he's got the overall better expression than in Space Blue here. Here he just looks miserable. He just looks like he's ready to jump out the airlock. So although I like him as the In Space Blue Ranger, I think overall the Turbo Red Ranger is definitely the better head sculpt between the two. And here we have a nice group shot of the members of the Turbo team. Like I mentioned, Red is the only core member of the team, but we also have the Blue Centurion and the Phantom Ranger. Don't let this trick you, even though it says In Space Phantom Ranger, the Phantom Ranger was part of the Turbo series. He did make like one appearance in Space, and they were like, oh, we're going to make him the In Space version, but he is Turbo. But yeah, here's a nice group shot of the Turbo team that we have so far. And with the addition of the Turbo Red Ranger to the Lightning Collection, we are now one step closer to completing the Forever Red team. We've got Mighty Morphin Red, Zeo Red, Turbo Red, In-Space Red, Alien Ranger Red, Lost Galaxy Red, and Time Force Red. We're now just missing 3 members of the team, which I'd really like to finish. You know, the Forever Red team, I think a lot of people do. But unfortunately, right now, the probability of that is highly unlikely to be determined. But yeah, overall, I'd say the Turbo Red Ranger is an awesome addition to my collection. I never thought I'd be happy to get a member of the Turbo team, like the core team, but I'm happy to say, like, bring on the rest of the Turbo team. Even Justin. I'll even take a Justin figure. I mean, I would buy it regardless, but, you know, he'd definitely be the last one I would buy. But, yeah, I think this figure turned out very, very well. I love all the accessories. I'm glad that he got a couple different weapons. A great head sculpt. Most importantly, with this figure, it allows us to complete our collection of Tommies, which is actually going to be our segue into the next figure. And the figure I am talking about is the remastered version of Mighty Morphin Green. When these were announced, I went on a bit of a rant on one of the episodes. I don't recall which one it was, but it was in the news portion, and I was just like, yo, this is so fucking stupid. How are you going to have remastered figures for a line of figures that has only been out for like 3 years, maybe 4? It really says something about your kind of quality of figures, you know? Where the Lightning Collection is already supposed to be the premium version of like a Power Rangers figure, and then you want to make another premium version with the remastered version. So I was very against this when it was announced, but because I, like many people, am a big Tommy fan, I was like, you know what? I have to at least get this one because I knew I'd want to get this eventually, and I think I'm better off getting it now than waiting for it later because with his death, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that want to profit off his death and want to sell his figures for crazy markups. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to grab this figure right away and add it to my collection. I do plan on getting the rest of the remastered figures, to be honest. I know that sounds dumb, even though I just shit on them. But I'm only going to get it if they're on sale. That's my only caveat. Because other than that, I'm very happy with the Green Ranger that I already got. There's actually 2 that have been released. Actually, I have the other one here. Hold on. We've got this one here that was first released. This is part of a 2-pack with a putty, as you can see there. And I know a lot of people didn't really like this version because it had the silver stripe, and that's not really what it looked like in the show. This was more in Dino Thunder during that one episode. But to be honest, I was kind of fine with this version. I actually like the silver stripe. I think it adds a little bit. Because when you look at the helmet by itself, and you just see that it's all green, it's like, huh. You know, you see that silver stripe and it's like, oh, wow, that kind of adds a little something something to the helmet. So I was pretty happy with that. But when they did announce this one, I was like, you know what, I'll pick this one up as well. So this one was part of a 2-pack. This one was part of the regular wave. I believe it was wave 6 or 7. And this actually had a little bit of a controversy, and it's kind of a dumb one, but I do see why people were upset. So where people were upset were, they wanted the regular version of the Green Ranger. They didn't want the silver stripe. Once they finally got this version of the Green Ranger, there was a little thing that Hasbro missed, and it pissed a lot of people off. And honestly, at first it didn't piss me off, but I'm like, how do you mess that up, And the little thing that this was missing was on his chest, he does not have a white diamond. If you look here, you can see the white diamond. If you see here, he's got the white diamond. You can kind of see it there. Actually, we'll just look on the back. You can see the white diamond. There is supposed to be a white diamond beneath the chest plates, but this one did not come with a white diamond on the chest piece. And the weird thing about this one is you have the white for the diamonds on the arm here, but you didn't put it on the chest. Like, it was such a weird decision, but whatever. And then Hasbro's like, you know what? We're going to give you the Green Ranger figure that you've been asking for. We're going to give you the remastered one. And even this one, people were upset about, rightfully so to a certain degree. I understand their anger. The reason people are upset with this version of the Green Ranger is that he does not come with his very, very famous and very cool dragon shield. What Hasbro ended up doing is they took the dragon shield from the Green Ranger and packaged it with the Red Ranger because the Red Ranger didn't come with a head. So to kind of offset it not coming with a head, you got the dragon shield and you got the armbands, and it's removable. And I'm actually really looking forward to that. I would really like to get it. That's another remaster figure I do want to pick up. But like I said, we're going to wait for a sale. So Hasbro had 3 opportunities, to pump out a Green Ranger figure, and each time people were not happy with it. I'm going to be honest, I'm okay with this not coming with the dragon shield. I know that's a ridiculous thing, but I just kind of like it without the dragon shield. And I think part of it is when I had the figure as a kid, I had the flipping head version. And I bought it from a garage sale. And the figure did not come with the dragon shield. They didn't have that piece. It got lost or whatever the case may be. So the flipping head Green Ranger that I had never had a dragon shield. So that was kind of normal to me. I was disappointed that it didn't have one, but I kind of, forgot about it eventually. So this doesn't bug me as much. I don't mind it. And honestly, I think it is pretty cool that it comes with a bunch of cool accessories. Actually, you know what? Let's clear the board. We'll take a look at the box and see what it comes with. So here we see a nice shot of the front Mighty Morphin Green Ranger Lightning Collection Remastered. Obviously, another reason that they did these is because it is the 30th anniversary of Power Rangers, and this was the first season that was ever released, so it kind of makes sense. And I will say I do like the packaging on this. I think it looks quite nice with the blue and all the colors. Taking a look at the rest of the box, on top we got Lightning Collection Remastered. On this side, we got the Mighty Morphin logo, and we got the Green Ranger with his Morpher, which is one of the cool accessories that he comes with. This is probably how I'm going to have it on my shelf, because if we take a look at the other side, we see a nice little group shot of the whole team, but if I were to put it this way, I wouldn't know who's in the box, so I'm definitely going to have it like this on my shelf. But I do like the artwork here. I think it looks quite nice, very colorful. Actually, let me put it down. You can see a nice shot of it there, all 6 of the Mighty Morphin Rangers. On the bottom, we've got some boring stuff, and on the back, we can see all the accessories that he comes with. So here's a bigger shot of what it looks like on the side here. And in the box, we get, obviously, the Green Ranger figure. We get 3 sets of hands? No, we get 2 sets of hands, and then we get a third hand. But it's not a complete set. We just get an extra third hand. And then, obviously, we get a new head sculpt for Tommy, which looks pretty good. We get a helmet. We get the Morpher, which is honestly what I think is probably one of the coolest things about the remastered figures. I just think this is a really great accessory. We have the Blade Blaster in all 3 of its forms, which is kind of weird because he never really used that weapon, but whatever. Or maybe he did in one episode, but I don't recall. But for the most part, this was his main weapon. We've got this really cool blast effect piece, which is kind of to show off that he's morphing into the Green Ranger. I actually like this quite a bit. It's new. We've never gotten this before. And another one of my favorite accessories in this is the green candle lit and melting. I just think that is a very, very cool touch. I really like that one a lot. So you do get quite a bit. Actually, something about these figures that I did not mention is that these are considered deluxe figures. That's why it comes with so many accessories. This isn't your regular sized figure. I will do a little comparison. So there is Green remastered, and here is Turbo. So here, Turbo Red, this is what a regular figure would look like. And then obviously this is a deluxe version. So bigger box, more accessories, more attention to detail. There is definitely a price difference between the two. But without further ado, let's take a look at the tape. I'm probably going to cut from the bottom, and by probably I mean very, very likely, but we will take a look at all the tape on the box. Here on top, sealed. On the other side, sealed. And on the bottom, we've got two pieces on the side, sealed there, and sealed here. So let's open up this bad boy here. And here we got two baggies. That I was expecting more baggies because for how many accessories we get, I'm very surprised everything fits in here, especially with those blast effect pieces. Is there more? No, there's nothing in the box. We're going to take the instructions, throw them in the box. And yeah, apparently all the things are in here. Actually, no, I can see that the candle is in here with the Tommy figure. Maybe there are some other accessories in here as well. So not everything is packed into here, but let me unbag everything and we'll take a look at all the accessories. All right, now let's get into the accessories. We're going to start with the hands. I'm just going to grab two hands and just kind of go with it. First ones I grabbed actually ended up being a pair, and it is two fisted hands for Tommy. I think these are the exact same that Turbo Red had, just the white gloves with the little texture on the back. So we saw these before, not too much to say about them. And then we've got a pretty cool hand. I actually did not see this one on the back, but here is a hand for him to play his flute, which is really, really cool. There's the hand, and he can... Actually, let me put it on his hand real quick. Here is Tommy playing the flute. You can't really bring it up to his mouth, but I do like the idea of having this hand. I think it is a pretty cool addition to the hands. Honestly, I like that quite a bit. And then the other two hands that he comes with are also a pair, and if we take a look at them, these are for holding the morpher. So, give me the morpher, actually. Actually, hold on. We'll come back to these hands. Let's talk about the morpher first. The morpher is fucking tiny. Holy shit, this thing is so small. Like, this thing is ridiculously small. You look on the box and you think it's going to be a decent size. Like, look at that. That looks pretty big. And even there, it looks pretty massive. But it is tiny. Look at that. Look at the size comparison. That's insane. This thing you could easily lose. You got to be really careful with this. But let's take a look at the morpher. Hopefully it'll focus. Actually, it is. That's pretty cool. And for a little dinky morpher, it's got some great detail in it. I love the gold paint on it, which is very accurate because the Green Ranger's morpher was gold. You got the black on the outside, the red on the inside. The dragon coin looks pretty cool. It looks, accurate. And I do like that the back of the morpher is green in color to obviously represent the Green Ranger. With it being open like this is in its morphing form, so usually it'd be closed, and that's just kind of how the morpher, that's just kind of how the morpher is generally, and then once it opens, that's when they are officially morphing. Actually, you know what? Let me put in the morphing hands, and let's pose them with the morpher. So we're just going to pretend that Tommy got a call on his little wrist communicator that Zordon needs him to go help the other Rangers. He's stuck doing some volunteer work or something, so he has to run, sneak away, go into some alley or something like that, and he's going to morph in front of the camera, and he's got his hand back there, and then he brings in the morpher. Boom. Hold on. I put it upside down. And there it is. It is morphin' time. Actually, hold on. Let me pose it with everything. It's morphin' time. And then there he is morphed, and he would go and join the Rangers, and obviously he would look a lot cooler because he would have the dragon shield and such, but I think it still looks pretty cool. Actually, I didn't fully show off the morpher. Let me do that real quick. I got so excited. I'm like, let me do a quick morph with him. But yeah, I didn't show off the back, so just some more gold paint there and a little handle for him to grip onto. So very, very cool. I just wish it was a little bit bigger. It seems so small that you can lose it. Maybe a little comparison with my thumbnail. So there's my thumbnail. Average size thumbnail? I don't know. But there is the morpher. Or maybe pinky. Let's do pinky. There's my pinky nail. There is the morpher. It is quite small. Moving on to the next accessory, and it's actually two. We just saw it. It is the green blast effect piece to show off the morphing effect. And like I mentioned, I really like the idea of this, and I think it looks really, really cool in green. I love the lightning effects and the little whoosh that it's supposed to do. It's supposed to be in a circular motion, and just a very, very cool idea. I really like these. I'm not really one for blast effect pieces, but I can admit when something's cool. Bottom is hollowed out, and it is very plasticky, rubbery. Next, let's get into the Blade Blaster in the three different forms. Let's start off with the blaster form. So here it is, and I think it actually looks pretty good from what it was before. So I'm not sure if all the Rangers came with the other modes, but all of them did come with the blaster. And you can see it definitely looks a lot cleaner, paint-wise and sculpt-wise. I think this one looks superior. And there is more added detail. You can see there's silver paint on the tip and a little bit on the side here. Where there is no silver paint on the tip or on the side. It is just left red. Not bad. I believe it is the same mold, but definitely a upgrade in terms of paint. We'll just do a little quick 360 on this one. We got a little peg hole. If you have a blast effect piece you want to put inside there. And then the next mode, it goes into this little blade thing. So it goes from the gun, and then this part comes up, swings up, and you get this. You can see the handle still from the gun. But now the handle of the gun turns into a little dagger of sorts. And very similar paint. The silver tip and the silver on the sides, the red, the white. No peg hole for this because it is not a gun, and it is now a sword. So there's no need for the peg hole on top. And then last but not least, the Blade Blaster gets full Blade Blaster where that silver tip comes up. And you got a blade here. I don't know why you would ever use this version over this, but I don't know. Maybe they feel sorry for the monster. They're like, we don't want to hurt him too bad. He is destroying the city and killing millions of people, but we're going to take it easy on him. But here we can see the superior version of the Blade Blaster sword thing. And like I said, the only thing that is different is this silver part is extended, and the silver paint looks good. The rest of the Blade Blaster portion is the same, so nothing to talk about there. And we saw it a little bit earlier, but it is the Dragon Dagger. Here it is, looking pretty nice. I don't know how much of a difference this is between the other Green Ranger Dragon Dagger that came out. We will take a look and a little comparison, but I think this looks pretty good. I like the little sculpting. It's got even like designs on the handle, if you can see there. Nice gold paint, the green, the silver, it really pops. Let's see what the Dragon Dagger looked like before. And as we can see here, a lot less paint. I don't know if that's on both sides, but if you compare the two, definitely a huge difference in paint. And I like the way the gold looks on this more. It's got more of a shine to it, which I like. So definitely an improvement here. I like that. Next one, like I said, probably one of my favorites. Maybe it's not my favorite. It is the green candle, the famous green candle. For those of you who are not familiar, this was tied into his powers, and Rita melted the candle, and whenever the candle was about to reach the bottom, then Tommy would officially lose his Green Ranger powers. And yeah, just a very cool couple of episodes, and it is great that we finally get this to potentially recreate some scenes of this with like Goldar and Rita and stuff. Just a very cool addition. I really like this quite a bit. I think the whole thing looks good. The whole candelabra looks nice gold paints, nice detail. And the candle itself, I don't know if you can take it. No, you can't. Okay, I saw some glue here. I was like, but I saw it was kind of peeking out, so I'm like, maybe we can pull it off. I don't know why you would want to, but it looks like it is glued on, so I'm going to refrain from pulling. But yeah, I like the little candle wax that is melting down and the little flame for the candle. Mine is a little bent. As you can see, it's bent to the left a little bit. I think it's just because, it was, well, no, this one was crammed with the figure, but, everything was kind of squished together, unfortunately. But I still do like this quite a bit. And then the last of the accessories, which is something that came on the figure, but I took it off so we can do the morphing thing. It is the head sculpt of Tommy, and I think this is a very good looking Tommy head sculpt. I think this is a great likeness to his debut look of what he was looking like in Mighty Morphin, where he had kind of the longer flowing hair, he had the earring. It does resemble him quite a bit. We'll just do a little 360. Looking pretty good. Actually, I got another Tommy head here. This is from the single release Green Ranger that I showed off earlier. And as you can see, I would say that this one is better. I do like the headband on this one. I just think it adds a lot of character. But as you can see, similar type of hair. Both have the earring there. This one definitely has a bit of a tan to it compared to this one, which I would say is pretty pale looking. Maybe could use a bit of a tan. I like both, but if I did have to pick one in terms of likeness, I would definitely pick this one here. I think it definitely resembles Tommy more than this one does, but I do like this one quite a bit. And actually, just for fun, since I have the figure out, we'll put this head on this figure, see what it looks like. All right, there we go. I put on the head, and it looks pretty fucking sweet. I don't know what I was thinking, like, oh shit, it's gonna suck. No, it looks fucking rad. And I guess since I have the head out, I will do this comparison as well. I didn't know when I was going to do it, but I guess now is a better time than ever. We saw him earlier, the Turbo Red Ranger. So now we are going to pop off the helmet. Actually, let me take off the weapons. So helmet has been popped, and let's see what the Tommy head looks like on the Turbo Red Ranger body. And looks pretty freaking good. Definitely feels like it belongs. Obviously, he didn't really look like this when he became the Turbo Red Ranger. He did have longer hair, but I would still say this looks pretty good on the body. Let's finally take a look at this figure, and here he is, the Mighty Morphin Green Ranger, looking pretty nice. I feel like the green pops on this a lot more. I think it's just because it doesn't have the dragon shield, so it's a little less distracting on the eyes. Let's compare it to the other Green Ranger. And yeah, I would definitely say this is a nicer shade of green. This one looks very muted. I don't know if the camera's picking it up well, but at least in person, I would say this one, it's kind of lifeless, I would say, or muted. Those would be the best words to describe it, where this one's got a nice green shine to it. The green pops more on the suit. And I actually also want to compare the helmets. We will eventually take a look at the figure, I promise. There's just a lot of accessories. And let's take a look at the two helmets. The one on the right is the one that came from the older figure, and this one is the one that came in the remastered. I think it's different. Yeah, it definitely looks different. The top of the head definitely looks a lot flatter. As you can see here, it looks bigger. The helmet in general just does look bigger. Between the two, this one looks very scrunched up, where this one, it's a wider helmet. And I think it looks quite nice. Also, the shades of green are different. And I actually do like that the red diamond here also has some gold paint with it. With this one here, it just has the red paint, no gold. So, nice little touch there. Let's take a look at this side. The right side of the helmet. Got the eyes, the silver on the teeth. I think it looks good. On the back, a little more detail here. As we can see, there's a little like triangle coming down. Take a look at the top. Like I said, this is definitely more flat and larger of a helmet, where this one is very scrunched up. And the other side, not too much of a difference there. And I guess we'll do the bottom as well, even though this one doesn't really matter. But here you can definitely see the size difference between the two. Actually, since we got it, let's take the new helmet. Let's put it on the old body. This will be the last comparison, I swear. And then we'll get to the figure, because I do want to take a look at it. And not really much of a difference that you kind of notice, but it does look better once you know the differences between the two. But if you were to just glance at it, you wouldn't really know the difference. There is a bit of a discoloration between the helmet and the body, which is a little unfortunate, but yeah, looks solid. Solid helmet. Now we can finally take a look at the figure. I will be doing a couple more comparisons because I do want to compare like the lower half of the body, because one thing with the I'll do it now. One thing with the remastered versions is they added more detail on the belt. Actually, I didn't know this before, but apparently these black lines are on the actual costumes of the Mighty Morphin Rangers, and this wasn't on the regular version, as you can see here. And there's just a lot more detail on that belt, which looks a lot better. I think I like the molded on dragon symbol more than the kind of printed one here. I feel like it adds a little bit. But yeah, definitely a difference in terms of the belt. A little bit of a difference, but actually no, quite a bit of a difference between the two holsters. Left one is the remastered one, right one is the old one. And this one is closed off and stuff, where this one is open. On the back we see more lines on the back of the belt. Going down to the feet, I think the triangles definitely look better on the remastered version than the regular version. And I also like the gold on this one a lot more. It's got a nice shine to it. Even compared on the hands there, on the gloves. Definitely a nicer shade of gold and also a bigger stripe compared to this one here. And I think that is officially all the comparisons. Now let's take a look at the figure. So here it is, the remaster version of the Green Ranger. We'll just do a quick 360. So there he is. No dragon shield. Like I said, don't mind it too much, because he has given up the dragon shield a couple times. You know, red has used it, black has gotten it, and that's about it. And one thing I actually like about the dragon shield that they incorporated with the Red Ranger, the fact that you can take it off. You know, there's these little pegs on the dragon shield. You can take it off. You can put it on whatever Ranger. You know, if you wanted to, you can do a little cross between the Turbo Red Ranger and the with the dragon shield. I think that would look pretty cool. I also have the Alien Ranger here, the red one. You could put the dragon shield on him. There are some limitations on certain Rangers. I don't know why I'm getting into this now, but whatever. Like, you wouldn't be able to put the dragon shield on him because he's got the shoulder pads and it just would not fit. So the dragon shield will work on some Rangers and some it won't. Let's take a look at the articulation. Is the articulation any better? I think the only difference between this one and the other one is drop down hips. The other Green Ranger does not have that. That's more of like a deluxe kind of thing for the newer figures. But this should just be your standard articulation. Head all the way around. Can't really look up too much. Actually, can't really look up at all. Jesus, nothing. Look down a little bit. Tad bit there. Better than looking up. But yeah, looking up quite limited. We got the butterfly joint in there. Shoulder joints. Rotate this one around. Bicep cuts. Double jointed elbows. These figures are pinless. I don't know if the other Green Ranger was. He was not. He was not pinless, as you can see here. A little bit of a difference. And we got some hand articulation here, hand and wrist. Next, we're going to take a look at the other arm, butterfly joint as well. It's going to be the exact same as the other figure. Hand goes up, hand goes down, or arm goes up, arm goes down, rotate it around. Bicep cut, double jointed elbows, bending there. And I will say this hand seems very loose in here, as you can see. Where this one is, you know, it's not as kind of flimsy. This one's just flying about. Actually, you can even kind of see it's jiggling there. I don't know why, it's just not sitting well. I did push it in all the way, so that is not the issue. But Yeah, it is what it is. We got torso articulation. This does not have a waist swivel. It is in the abdomen. There you can see. You can rotate it around. Ab crunch. Oh, you can go back quite a bit. That's quite nice. And forward a decent bit. And then, like I mentioned, we got the drop down hips. As you can see, up, down, up, down. I'm interested to see the splits. Actually, let's take out the dragon dagger. Let's see the splits. For some reason, this leg does not want to bend. Okay, this one's giving me a little bit of an issue. This one bent, no problem. That's about as far as it goes. Doesn't want to go any further, and I don't want to force it, so very limiting there. Leg going up, leg going down. I feel like the joint's about to fucking pop off. I don't know, this leg is scaring me a little bit. We got a thigh cut here. Double jointed knees. There, they both bent. Boot cut and foot articulation. And ankle stuff, if you're into that. Now let's check out this leg here. Up, down. Didn't fight me as much as the other leg. We got the thigh cut here. Double jointed knees, boom. And we got the boot cut, foot articulation, and ankle stuff. Here is a nice shot of Tommy and all his different Ranger forms: Mighty Morphin Green, Mighty Morphin White, Zeo Red, Turbo Red, and Dino Thunder Black. I was going to use the new Green Ranger box instead of this one, but I just feel like compared to all the other boxes, it just, there's something to be desired here. I like the way that the Green Ranger takes up most of the box here, where the Green Ranger here, it's just like a tiny little blip on the side of the box. And like I showed off earlier, the other side of the box has all the Rangers. So if you do want to know who's in the box, you're better off putting it like this. But compared to everything else, I think this is definitely the box to go with. And here is a nice shot of every single Tommy figure that has been created in the Lightning Collection. We've got the 3 Green Rangers, we got Mighty Morphin White, the metallic version, the White Ninjetti, Zeo Red, Turbo Red, Dino Thunder Black, and we also have a couple others that I was not able to fit because this is a very, very large amount of figures. But we got Lord Draken, we've got Tommy from the TMNT crossover. I think people kind of forget about this figure, but it is technically a Tommy figure. And another Lord Draken figure, this is him in his 4th form. I tried to get all the boxes in. Obviously, some are cut off because the boxes are just way too big. But just a nice shot of all the Tommy figures. I think all of them look pretty cool. All of them have their own special representation of Tommy. And I guess if you look at this, you would be like, man, you're really like a Tommy super fan. I would say yes and no. I do like Tommy. He's definitely one of my favorite Rangers. And I do think he's had some of the coolest suits in all of Power Rangers. And on top of that, I am kind of a completionist of sorts, so this kind of rounds out all of that. So very, very cool. But now here's the $1 million question. Do you need this figure if you have this version of Tommy? If you're a Power Rangers super fan, I would say like myself, I would say yes, you do need every version of Tommy, every figure. But if you're just an average collector and you really just want one of each character, I would probably go with this version here. Now, this one does have some cool accessories. I like the Morpher accessory. I like the green candle. I like the blast effects. Not blast effect, but the morphing effect pieces. But something that I think hurts this figure is the fact that it is missing the dragon shield and the armbands. Like I mentioned earlier, the remastered figure is supposed to be the perfect version of this character, and unfortunately it kind of comes incomplete. So it is kind of a downer if you're just going to collect the Tommy, but if you're going to collect all the remastered figures, you can essentially just take the dragon shield off the Red Ranger and put it on here, and then you do have a complete Green Ranger, but then that would entail you buying 2 sets of figures to really complete one. So only you can really answer that. But I would say as a whole, I think this is a solid figure. I would say if it's on sale, definitely pick it up. But I would say if you already have this version in your collection, you're good. And if you want this one, I would say wait for a sale, because really you don't need it in your collection. You kind of just want it to be, complete. But I would say if you do have this, this is more than satisfactory in my opinion. But in terms of this figure, I think it's cool. It sucks it doesn't come with the dragon shield, but it does come with some other cool accessories that kind of make up for it. Speaking of accessories, that's going to transition into this next part. So I talked about earlier how I got a custom couple things for my Power Rangers collection. And one of them has to do with a little item that Tommy here is holding. And it has to do with that morpher right there. Focus. All right, we're going to take it out of his hand because it's not focusing. But here it is. It has to do with this accessory right here. This cool little morpher that we got with the remastered figure. So, a little bit of a backstory. A couple months ago, after I did that episode where I talked about how the Lightning collection is kind of possibly going away, and I was just like, damn, this kind of sucks for the Lightning collection. And I don't know how I came across it, but somehow I ended up on Etsy. For those of you who don't know what Etsy is, it's a website where people can create their own things. Usually it's for like handmade stuff. At least when I think of Etsy, I think of more like arts and crafts stuff. Like you might buy a quilt off there or a scarf, and maybe it's like personalized for you. Maybe it's your favorite colors. Maybe it's got a design or a character that you like, or maybe it's got your name on it. But somehow I ended up on Etsy and I found this guy by the name of Ranger Forge. I'll put his Etsy link in the description if you want to go check out his store. He's got a lot of cool stuff. Now, I ordered this stuff back in, I think it was late July, early August, and he was having a sale on his store. And I was like, ooh, a lot of cool stuff. So if you go to his page, he's got a lot of custom 3D printed things, a lot of accessories, a lot of different heads. He can paint it for you or you can paint it yourself. What I got here, he painted for me, and I think it looks awesome. And so he was having a sale on a bunch of stuff on his store, and I was just taking a browse. I was just like, man, I wonder what he sells and stuff. And I saw one accessory in particular, a couple accessories actually, because it's a set. And the little thing that I'm talking about, the little custom thing that I had created, was some morphers for the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. All 6 Rangers, all 6 of their morphers. And actually, I got 2 sets. So I got this set here, and I got this set here. I will explain the difference, but just to show off, I've got 2 sets of the morphers. So let me unbag them real quick. So here is Tommy's morpher, nice gold dragon morpher, and I gotta say, this looks fucking cool. Now, I know what some people might be saying, why did you buy this accessory if you're gonna buy the remastered figure and it comes with that accessory? Honestly, I didn't think I was gonna buy this figure. I was kind of teetering on the edge, like, will I, won't I? And I ended up doing it, but I still ended up getting these custom made, and I think these look fucking awesome. I think just the attention to detail in this just looks so awesome. We're going to do comparisons with the one that came with the remastered figure, but this one looks phenomenal. Like, this one just looks great. And I did mention that it comes with 2 sets, or 2 versions. So this is the regular version. This is just the morpher by itself. This is them when they, the Rangers just kind of are carrying their morphers. This is how it looks like. And as I showed earlier with this one, when it's open like that and you see the color in the background, that means it's in its morphing state. And I also have that version of the morpher too. So we get the regular morpher version and we get the more open buckle where it is in mid-transformation. Now, something that this has, that the remastered version has, that I didn't get on the custom ones, is the green paint in the background. Let me just take this off because I'm not focusing. You can see the little green color in the background. I actually like that detail quite a bit. I could have gotten him to do it, but I was kind of concerned with how it might turn out. But I did ask him about it. I'm like, hey, can you paint the background of it depending on the Ranger's color? And he's like, yeah, I can do that. Now, I ended up deciding against it. Honestly, I'm kind of regretting it, but I'm still very happy with what this is, and I think these turned out awesome. So we'll do a little preview of this one here, of just the closed version, and it looks sick. One thing I actually like about this version compared to the remastered one is the size Look at the size difference. Holy shit, this is definitely a bulkier, nicer morpher. I think this one's just too small and very easy to lose. Actually, before I was kind of like, rearranging my stuff because I was bringing in boxes and stuff. This actually went missing. I actually dropped this on the floor and I could not find it for a solid 10 minutes. I ended up finding it, as you can see here, but there was that dreaded moment where it's like, I just lost this thing. And it is tiny and it can be anywhere. So I do like the fact that this is a bigger morpher, and something I really like on this version is the dragon symbol is molded on, where if you look at the remaster one, it's printed on. The symbol's just printed on the morpher, and it's okay, but compared to this one here, I just really like the molded on version. I think it just looks awesome. It really just brings another level of detail to this morpher. So I really, really like that. And the gold paint, I think, really pops. He's got the red circle around it, the black lines on the outer edge. Looks awesome. There's the back, nice big handle compared to heck of a difference right there. Like night and day, to be honest. It's ridiculous how tiny this thing is. So a nice big handle so the Ranger can hold it. And we'll just do a little 360 of it. Looks pretty cool. The only thing that's really different on all of them is the front. The back is all the same. I will show off the open version of the Green Ranger morpher. And I will show off everyone's morpher, but I'm not going to go super in depth. I'm just going to kind of do like a quick showing off of it just to see how it turned out. Let's take Tommy here. We got rid of the other morpher. Let's put this morpher in his hand. And it fits nicely. Boom. And look at that. Look at him with that morpher. It's beautiful. What a nice fucking accessory this is. God, it is such an improvement over this thing right here. Like, this looks okay, but just compared to this, like, it's insanely night and day. Like, that's the best way I can describe it. Night and day. And honestly, something I was talking about earlier is, if you have this version of Tommy, it's pretty satisfactory in my opinion. If you have it, you don't really need this one. But maybe let's say you want to get this one because you want the little morpher accessory. Well, now this will be a lot cheaper of an option if you buy these from Ranger Forge. Now, if you really wanted that accessory, you don't need to spend like $35 on 6 different figures. You can buy this. It's much cheaper and much better quality. So just another shot of Tommy holding it again. And like I said, this is the regular version of the morpher. Now let's take a look at the morphing version. And like I showed off, the main difference is that the morpher is open to symbolize that it is in its morphing state. Now, I would say if you do buy these, I would advise asking him to paint the background. I just think it would add a little bit more to this. Not saying that this is bad, but just it kind of feels a little incomplete in my opinion, but that's my own fault. I'm not blaming him. If I could do it over again, I would definitely get him to paint the background of whatever the Ranger's color is. So if you do order these, highly recommend asking for the paint backing. But yeah, here is the morpher opened. So he can now transform into the Dragon Ranger, Dragon Zord, Green Ranger. And we'll just take a quick look. Like I said, the only thing that's different is the front. Everything else is the same. The backing, just a black handle, no real other details to speak of. Actually, something I did notice, not a huge thing, but he painted the red circle here, and then on the opposite side, he did not. Let's see if he did it with this one too. He did do it with this one too. Maybe it's accurate. Maybe there's not a red little thing on both sides. I'm going to assume that he's correct in this situation. It's probably correct where just this side is red. But it just looked kind of weird that this one was painted and this one wasn't. But obviously, if he did it on both, then it is clearly how it is meant to be. So yeah, nice shot of the morpher again. Let's give it to Tommy again so he can morph with it. And now here you have Dragon Zord. And before I move on to the other morphers, we will show off this Tommy with the morpher as well. One thing that's really cool about the handle, it fits extremely easily into the hands. It's not too big, it's not too small, it's just perfect. He did some very good measuring when it comes to creating this morpher. So shout out to Ranger Forge. You can't really position the arms as well as you can with the other Green Ranger, but this is close enough. So the accessory does fit in the hands of the other Rangers, not just the remastered ones whose hands are, they have special hands for the morpher. Any Ranger can hold it. So here's a nice shot of him with the Green Ranger morpher. And we'll quickly take a look at all the other Ranger morphers. Here we've got the Pink Ranger. And here you can see the pterodactyl. Looking pretty sweet. Next we've got the Blue Ranger's morpher. And we can see here the Triceratops looking pretty cool. Detail looks awesome. Nice silver paint. I didn't mention that with the Pink Ranger, but yes, the other morphers compared. So Green Ranger's morpher, his is gold, and every other Ranger's is silver, and I think it is a nice silver paint. Next, we've got the Yellow Ranger's saber-toothed tiger looking pretty good. I think so far this is probably the best one out of both. You can tell exactly what the animal is just by looking at it. Pterodactyl one was pretty good. Triceratops one was a little blobby. You really kind of got to squint to see which dinosaur it is, but I think the saber-toothed tiger one looks really, really good. Next, we've got the Red Ranger's Tyrannosaurus Rex. This one looks fucking awesome. And technically, it is kind of complete with this one, where the background color would be red. So this one, you don't really need to paint. And last but not least, we've got the Black Ranger's Mastodon, Woolly Mammoth, whatever you want to call them. And I think his turned out pretty great as well. You can see the tusks for the Mastodon. And you can make out what animal it is. Pretty cool. And here is a nice shot of all the Mighty Morphin Rangers holding their respective morphers, getting ready to morph. Maybe they're at the command center, they're watching the little globe, they see that Rita sent out another monster, they're all getting ready to morph, and they do the sequence, and yeah, I just think these look so fucking cool. I'm going to do a little close-up of each Ranger. So there's Kimberly with her pterodactyl morpher. Here is Zach with the Mastodon. I guess we'll do another close-up of Tommy just because we're doing everybody else. But here's a nice shot of him with the Dragon Morpher. Here is Jason with the Tyrannosaurus Morpher. Here is Trini, Saber-Toothed Tiger. Looking sweet. And last but not least, we got Billy with the Triceratops Morpher, rounding out the team. So as you can see, this makes a great display piece. I am very happy with all the morphers, and like I said, it comes with an extra set of the open morphers, where you can do their actual morphing sequence. And like I mentioned, I think these are a great accessory. And if you don't want to buy the remastered figure, so you can get this little dinky morpher, you can get a nice quality morpher. Let me flip these up. You can get a nice quality morpher that it would make a great addition to your collection, especially if you display them as such. I think these are great and a must-have. What the fuck, Tommy? Tommy was kind of pissed off, because technically, I am shitting on his morpher. That is the Green Ranger morpher, but hey, Tommy, I gotta be honest with the people. This compared to this is night and day. Just another comparison, looking at it again. What a size difference. You're going to lose this. This is a nice quality item that you're going to want to have in your collection. Now, if you do go to the Ranger Forge's Etsy page, he does have other cool morphers, and like I said, he does have 3D head prints for certain Rangers, but I did see a bunch of other morphers like these. I saw Master Morpher for Tommy, all the versions of Tommy that we showed off earlier, Dino Thunder Black, Turbo Red, all the other ones. He had morphers for the Street Fighter Rangers, because technically they do have this style morpher, just with their own symbol. He's got the one for Lord Draken, he's got one for the White Ranger. I will say, I am very happy with these, and I might pay another visit to his store sooner or later. We'll see, because he does offer a lot of cool things. And this was kind of just a trial run. I just wanted to see how his stuff kind of held up and how it looked like. It looks great in pictures, but how does it look like in person? And the fact that they were on sale, it just kind of was like a perfect storm. So I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to buy these. But there is one more thing that I actually got from him. And this was the one thing that I saw that I was like, dude, that looks awesome. I need to add this to my collection. So let's put everyone away except for one person. And the person I'm talking about is Tommy. We'll leave him with his morpher here. Now, this next custom piece that I got from him is not a morpher. It is actually a weapon. And it's actually a custom weapon. It does not exist. This was some fan that designed it, and I think it looks absolutely incredible, and I'm very happy to add it to my collection. So it actually has to do with the Dragon Dagger. As we can see here, looks very cool. This is the weapon of Tommy's. Looks great. We saw it earlier with the remastered figure. But to be honest, the Dragon Dagger is kind of a dorky weapon, especially for a cool looking ranger like Tommy in the green suit. The weapon, I'm going to be honest, it's iconic, but compared to what he probably should have, you know, it was always weird seeing him take on all the Rangers where Jason has like this long ass sword and he had this little dagger and he's whipping everyone's ass. It always just looked kind of weird to me. And maybe it looked weird to this person as well. And he created this custom weapon for the Green Ranger. And like I said, it does not exist anywhere in any other media. I'm not sure the name of the artist that ended up creating it, but obviously, he worked with Ranger Forge to get it made, and what it is the Dragon Sword. No more Dragon Dagger. We're getting a bit of an upgrade when it comes to weapons. It is the Dragon Sword. So let's take this bad boy out of the plastic baggie. Actually, something I will say about Ranger Forge is he packed everything quite nicely. Once I saw this, I was like, holy shit. This looks fucking cool. This is the weapon that Tommy should have had. Now, it is a little big, I will say, compared between the two. Going from a dagger that's teeny weeny going to this sword is, I would say it's too big, in my opinion. And immediately when I saw this, I was like, I set up a scenario in my head. I'm like, oh, what if this was kind of like Excalibur? And Excalibur is a sword from medieval times where it was stuck in a stone and nobody can pull it out until somebody was worthy. I think it was King Arthur that ended up pulling it out of the stone. I'm not too sure, but in the little scenario I created in my head for this to kind of have it be canon is maybe Zordon was like, hey, Rangers, Rita's really pounding us. You know, we need some backup. There's this mystery rumor of a Green Ranger power, but nobody has been worthy enough to pull it out of its stone. In comes Tommy to pull the sword out of the stone and then officially becomes the Green Ranger, and that's how he would get his powers. That's just a little thing that I came up with, but I thought it was pretty cool. Yeah, anyways, let's actually show this bad boy off because it does look pretty cool. So as you can see, very tall sword. Actually, let's do a little comparison with Tommy. So Tommy comes in at the 6-inch size points. And let's see, compared to the sword is almost also coming in at 6 inches. I would say 5.5, which is insanely tall. Like I said, this is a very long sword, but it looks so fucking cool. So here it is. We'll start from the top down. So here we see a nice tip of the sword. We see diamond patterns going along the sword, looking pretty cool. Nice green paint, silver paint, gold paint, black paint. It is a repeating pattern on the back. Thin, as you can see here. But for me personally, when I saw the hilt, I believe is what it's called, the bottom portion, the handle portion of the sword, this is what really kind of made it for me, which I was like, man, that's some very cool attention to detail. So first off, we got the dragon logo there, and it repeats on the back. But my favorite part is the handle here. So this handle portion, this design, is taken from the Dragon Zord. This is the Dragon Zord's chest piece. And if you can see here, these are also his little finger missiles that have been added. And I think that's a very nice touch. I think it looks really cool on the handle. And I really like the chest piece as well. The chest piece with the finger missiles, I think just looks sick. And we will rotate it around. Again, it repeats on both sides. Handle's got some gold dots there. Some gold paints for the handle. For some reason, these gold dots are bigger than this one. Not a big deal, just pointing that out. And another one of my favorite parts is the bottom of the sword. It is the dragon coin. Now, something that was actually a very tough decision. There's actually two versions of this sword. There's this version that I got here, and then there's another version where instead of the dragon coin on the bottom here, it is the head of the Dragon Zord. I'll throw a picture up on the screen. It honestly looked really cool. I really debated between both of them. Like, I really like the Dragon Zord head on here, but I also really like the dragon coin as well. I would say based on that little scenario that I mentioned earlier where, you know, whoever pulls out the sword becomes the Green Ranger, I think it just makes more sense for it to have the dragon coin here. And then whoever pulls it out obviously becomes the Green Ranger and gets the Green Ranger power. So that's why I went with this. But the Dragon Zord head on the handle looks phenomenal. Another reason I didn't get it is because there wasn't any pictures posted of it complete, where it was all just like not a render, but like an artist's rendition of it. So I actually wanted to see it like created, but unfortunately he does not have a picture of that. Hopefully he can add one, and then people can make a better decision. Because, you know, if I were to see the Dragon Zord head on the bottom here created like this and fully painted, I might have picked up that one. But this is the only one that he had actual photos of posed with different figures. I thought this was more of a safe bet where the Dragon Zord head might have not looked as good. So that's why I went with this one. But the other version, it was a very tough decision between the two, to be honest. Here is Tommy with both weapons. We got the dragon dagger in this hand, and we've got the very, very large sword in the other. It's almost comically big. Like, really, if you look at him, he's definitely got to use two hands to swing this around. I think if they shrink it down just a tiny bit, it will be perfect. I just think it's a little too large, in my opinion. Usually, I am of the mind where bigger is better, but I think in this case, bigger is not better. I think just a tiny bit smaller. Maybe like this, maybe comparable to Jason's sword. As we can see here in the box. Well, we can't really see, but from handle to handle, it's bigger than the box. So that's insane. I would say Jason's sword probably goes to about here, roughly. So, yeah, I would say tone this down a little bit. I would say slightly bigger than Jason's because technically, you know, they're always kind of rivals, Jason and Tommy. So they can have a really cool sword battle. You know, you can set up a nice little display of them going at it. But, yeah, I just think just a little bit smaller. Just a tad bit. Maybe take off an inch or so. That would be my only critique of the sword. Other than that, I think it looks awesome. I think it is such a cool custom piece. I am very, very happy with it. And it is a great addition to my Green Ranger. A nice, cool weapon, and a weapon more suitable than this tiny dragon dagger. Or maybe the dragon dagger can, like, turn big and then turn into the dragon sword. That would be a cool idea as well. Overall, I gotta say I am very happy with all these accessories that I picked up from Ranger Forge. Like I said, I will put his Etsy shop in the description and you can go check it out, maybe order yourself some stuff. I would say definitely check out his store. He's got a lot of very cool accessories, kind of filling in the holes for us collectors to, you know, have the perfect all-around figure to, you know, have everything be complete. So, yeah, very happy with these. I'm honestly sure I will place an order again in the future. But yeah, for right now, what I got, the morphers and the sword, they look great. I am very, very happy with them. So that is going to be it for the toy showing off portion. Now we're going to be jumping into the news and pre-order section. And let's take a look at what I pre-ordered and some cool news bits. All right, now we are jumping into the news and pre-order portion, and there was a lot of cool pre-orders that came out in the month of October. News, not so much. It was actually a pretty quiet month, but there was still some cool stuff announced, as always. So we are going to be starting out with the pre-order. First thing I pre-ordered was Marvel Legends figures Crystar and Vision, who are from the same Void Build-A-Figure wave. And we talked about this on the last episode. That's when they were announced. They have officially gone up for pre-order. And I had to secure my Vision for sure. I'm like, I got to get that Vision. It looks so good. It's that classic look that I want. That was a no-brainer. And then the other one that I pre-ordered was Crystar. I don't think he's going to be a very sought-after figure, but I'm like, if I'm pre-ordering Vision, might as well pre-order Crystar. Why go through that hassle of potentially him selling out and me not getting it? So I said, you know what? I'm just going to secure my copies, and that's what I did. Speaking of securing copies, this is kind of a pre-order. I also put in my pre-order for the Marvel Legends Giant Man Haslab, which concluded in the month of October. I honestly am going to admit I was on the fence near the end. I'm like, do I really want it? Do I not? Ultimately, I decided that, yeah, I'm going to invest in this Haslab, and this is actually going to be my first Haslab, so I'm pretty excited. But me, like many other people, we waited till the very last minute, and the campaign ended with 13,889 people, just short of getting all tiers being unlocked. We needed 14,000 backers. Unfortunately, we were 111 people short of achieving that, so we will not be getting the extra scroll head, which kind of sucks. I know a lot of people were just like, oh, we were so close, maybe they'll just give it to us. As much as I would like the scroll head to get more bang for my buck, out of the integrity of the campaign, I think they should not do it. And this is as someone who backed the figure. But I'm going to be honest, I'm surprised we even got 13,889 people to back it. It didn't seem like there was a lot of hype for the Haslab. I think there was a lot of people that were on the fence and then made a last minute decision and pre-ordered it. I knew it was going to get fulfilled and they were going to get the minimum amount of people, but I didn't know how many people were actually going to commit to buying it. But yeah, I'm very excited. I've got to wait a whole year for it to come out. Maybe it'll come out sooner, but as of right now, it's got a release date of fall 2024. So the earliest it can come out, I believe, is September of next year. But now it's basically going to be the waiting game. But anytime there's going to be any news or updates regarding it, I will be mentioning it here. But yeah, was able to secure my Haslab. Very excited about that. Next pre-order was something that I was really not expecting. Like, I was waiting for them to kind of officially reveal these figures, because we've seen bits and pieces of it, like we've seen rough renders, but I really want to see like the finished product, and we finally got it. And the figures I am talking about are the Legends of Lucha Libre Premium Wave 3 Wave, which consists of Laredo Kid, Tanables Jr., Vampiro, and Taya Valkyrie. I ended up pre-ordering 3 of these people. I pre-ordered everyone except Taya Valkyrie. Not too interested in her figure, but she does look pretty cool. But as far as everybody else, Laredo Kid, Tanables Jr., and Vampiro, I think these figures look fantastic. I cannot wait to get them in hand. First, Laredo Kid, he comes in a nice white and gold attire. He comes with a nice entrance cape, and he also comes with 2 different heads. I wish the heads were a little bit more different, maybe a different expression. Unfortunately, the only thing that is different between the 2 heads is one is clean shaven and one has a goatee. It's fine. I think the figure still looks pretty cool. Next, Tanables Jr. He comes with 2 heads as well, a gold mask and a silver mask. See, this is kind of what I think they should have done with Laredo Kid, where just maybe change up the mask variation a little bit. I get you still wanted to match his attire, but it would have been cool if we get some more options mask-wise. Also, he comes with a championship belt. I'm not familiar with what it is or where it's from, but it looks pretty cool. I'm never going to say no to getting some belts. And last but not least, in this wave, I think the one that people are most excited about is Vampiro, and this figure looks great. You get 2 heads as well for him. You get a more classic look with the white face paint, and then you've also got like a Juggalo-inspired face paint. I think both of them look pretty cool. For me personally, I'll probably just use the more classic look with the white face paint. Not really a fan of the Juggalo face paint. And Vampiro as well is also going to be coming with a championship. He's going to be coming with the Wrestling Society X World Championship, and that looks pretty cool. I know they were waiting to see if they were going to get the rights to be able to produce this championship, and it looks like they did. So very, very cool. But yeah, these figures look incredible. I cannot wait. Unfortunately, as a release date of the second quarter of 2024, so that could be April, May, or June, any one of those months. But as we know as well, these can also be delayed into oblivion. Actually, talking about the same company, Boss Fight Studios, last episode we talked about how the MLW figures got delayed by a couple months. So I hope it doesn't happen with these ones because they look really cool and I cannot wait to get them. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they are delayed or some sort of thing occurs and we don't get it in the second quarter. But I am really, really looking forward to these figures. I can't wait. Next two figures I pre-ordered were probably the most surprising thing in the month of October. I was just browsing Big Bad Toy Store one day and I saw it on the front of the pre-order page and it just blew my fucking mind. I was like, whoa. I did not know I needed that. And the figures I am talking about are probably going to be butchering this. I might just use the English version, but I'm going to try and pronounce these. The Juco B-Fighter SMP Kit Blue Beat model kits and the Juco B-Fighter SMP Kit Black Beats and Super Blue Beat part set model kit. Now that is a mouthful. But basically the English translation is, we got some fucking figures of the big bad Beetleborgs. Holy shit. I completely forgot about Big Bad Beetleborgs. I loved that show as a kid. I loved watching Power Rangers and then getting another show that was similar to Power Rangers, like just another show of kids transforming into these multicolored metal heroes. I was like, where have you been all my life? These figures look so fucking cool. We'll start out with the blue one. The blue one was revealed first and then the black one. Blue looks super cool. He's the leader of the group. There's 3 of them in total. It's blue, green, and red. There's also a white one as well, but he's only there for like 2 episodes, unfortunately, so I don't know if he's going to get a figure. But if he does, that'd be really, really cool. But as far as the Blue Beat, or Blue Beetle, whatever you want to call him, he looks awesome. Same with the Black Beat, and he also comes with this armor for the Blue Beetle, so it's kind of, think of like the Battleizer mode from Power Rangers, where the Red Ranger would always get that special power-up, and just a bunch of shit would come on him, and then he's super powerful. That's kind of the same thing that this is. And they do actually show what the Blue Beetle will look like with the super upgrade thing. I'll put pictures of that on the screen. But yeah, when I saw that they were making Big Bad Beetleborg figures, or B-Fighter, whatever you want to call it, I'm going to call it Big Bad Beetleborgs because that's the show that I grew up watching. B-Fighter is just, it's basically the Japanese version, similar to how Power Rangers, the Japanese version is called Sentai, and then in America it's Power Rangers with Beetleborgs. In Japan it's called B-Fighter, and then in America it was called Big Bad Beetleborgs. But anyways, when I saw these, my jaw hit the fucking ground. I was like, whoa, this is incredible. These figures look so sick. Had a bit of a close call though. So originally I was looking at the blue one and I'm like, I was just kind of mesmerized. I'm like, oh my God, I think I need that. I think I need that. There was one thing that makes me concerned about this figure, and I actually debated pre-ordering it, and I might even cancel my pre-order, is if you look at the title of the figure, it's referred to as a model kit. And honestly, that has me concerned with how this is going to be. Am I going to have to apply my own stickers? Am I going to have to make the figure myself? Like, what does that entail? When I see the word kit, or even model kit, I become a little concerned. I feel like it's going to be less of a figure and more of kind of do-it-yourself kind of piece, like Lego. Like, you get the pieces for the Lego and then you kind of got to assemble it. Lego was never my favorite toy as a kid. For me, I liked being able to play with my toy as soon as I got it out of the package. Making it and stuff wasn't really for me. But anyways, what I was going to say was, so I actually was debating. I'm like, do I want to get this? I don't know, blah, blah, blah. And the Blue Beetle actually sold out. And my heart fucking sank. I was like, you're kidding me. I blew my opportunity to fucking pre-order this. I'm like, you idiot. You should have pre-ordered it right away. And then if you didn't want it, you can cancel the pre-order. But if the pre-order's gone, you're not able to pre-order it. So if it does get back in stock somehow, make sure you pre-order it. And that's exactly what happened. They did list more pre-orders for this, and I was able to get my pre-order in for the blue one. And then I think it was like a week later, they also announced the black one. And I was like, holy shit, what the hell? I was surprised they're doing both. Like, you think you would do one and then kind of judge the interest of the fan base, see how well the pre-order was going to do. And I guess the blue one, the pre-order did quite well, that they were like, hey, we're going to push out the black one as well. But yeah, two two very cool looking figures. I think the detail and the weapons, accessories, they all look great. My only concern is the model kit portion. I'm going to have to do some research. I'm sure this company has made other ones, maybe even some Power Ranger ones, different brands. Maybe they do other shows like this, maybe a Masked Rider or an Ultraman. So I am going to do some research on the model kit, but I might be canceling my pre-order if I think it is what I think it is. Did that sentence even make sense? I have no idea. But if it is more of a kind of assemble it yourself thing, I'm probably going to cancel my pre-order. If it's a nice figure in the box and I can take it out and look at it and maybe play with it, that would be awesome. That's kind of what I'm looking for. But if I do have to assemble it, I might have to cancel my pre-order. As excited as I am for these figures, it's not something that I'm looking for. But I've got to say, they were the biggest surprise for me this month. I was like, holy shit, what a nice treat to kind of find. And last but not least, for pre-orders, there was one more thing I pre-ordered. And honestly, this is almost on the same level as the Big Bad Beetleborgs, where my excitement level was through the roof. The last figure I pre-ordered was the Transformers Legacy Generations United Commander Beast Wars Universe Magmatron. Holy shit. We talked about this in the last episode when they revealed the new packaging and the promo shots for some of the things that they might be revealing. And during the month of October, I'm going to kind of loop this in with the news portion, but in the month of October, Hasbro had a small event, which I was kind of surprised about because we just had Hasbro PulseCon in September and they're having another announcement event kind of thing. Now, granted, this one was a lot smaller, but they're still announcing stuff. But yeah, in October, they had the 1027 event, which is a special event. I think it has to do with their address. 1027 is like where they're located. I think it's on Rhode Island or something like that. But anyways, they make a special event out of it, and they had all their brands. Well, not all their brands, because unfortunately Power Rangers didn't get anything, but that wasn't too shocking. But anyways, for the 1027 event, at least for the Transformers portion, they announced the Magmatron figure, and this thing looks so fucking cool. It's 3 dinosaurs that come together. You get one. You've got a Plesiosaurus, which is kind of the water dinosaur. You get a Petrodon, which is the flying one. And you get a Raptor, which is the land one. And they actually have different names as well, which is Landsaurus, Seasaurus, and Skysaurus, which I believe are their official names, but I just mentioned the kind of dinosaur that they were. I'm glad that they announced it way earlier than they did. Like I mentioned, they just talked about the 2024 stuff and what they planned on doing in the last episode, and less than a month later, they're already announcing one of the big ones that they showed off, or kind of teased, with Magmatron. And man, as soon as it went up for pre-order, I was like, I gotta get it. I gotta fucking get it. This figure looks so cool. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I want you to hear the excitement in my voice. I cannot wait to get this figure in hand. It looks so cool. The box looks cool. Like, I am just beyond excited. This was honestly a sick month for pre-orders. A lot of cool stuff was announced. So those are the items that I pre-ordered. I'm going to have links for all of them in the description. The only thing you're not able to pre-order if you're interested in is the Marvel Legends Giant Man Haslab. Unfortunately, the campaign has shut down because it was on a time frame, so you are unable to get that anymore. But as far as the other things that I talked about, I'll have links for them in the description, and feel free to go check them out. I think most of them I pre-ordered was on Big Bad Toy Store, and then I pre-ordered some on the Canadian GameStop. But I believe the stuff that I did pre-order on GameStop, you could also find on Big Bad Toy Store, so either way, you can kind of secure yourself a figure or two, whatever you might be interested in. All right, now we're going to jump into the news portion and kind of piggybacking off the Transformers thing. Magmatron was not the only thing that they announced at that 1027 event. The other thing that they announced was a figure of Silverbolt, who is a Beast Wars character, and they kind of teased him. They did show off the figure, but they basically said, hey, this is kind of a little teaser of what's to come. We'll officially announce him in 2024, but here's a little look at him, just to basically let fans know that they were working on a Silverbolt figure. I think Silverbolt looks cool as well. I can't wait to get him and add him to my collection. But if there is a winner out of this 1027 event, it's definitely Magmatron. He looks awesome. Next, we got some McFarlane DC Multiverse news, and they announced a couple things that were pretty cool. One that I was expecting, because it's kind of been soft announced before. They didn't announce that they're doing the figure, but now they kind of officially announced it. But basically in the month of October, to celebrate Wonder Woman Day, McFarlane officially revealed their upcoming classic looking Wonder Woman figure, and it looks great. I cannot wait to add this to my collection. They didn't announce how you're going to be able to get it. I hope it's not an exclusive to some store, because I feel like this is one of those figures that should just be made widely available to anybody that wants it, because she's such a popular character. You know, she's one of the main three DC, part of the DC Trinity. So to kind of hide that behind a store exclusive would be pretty lame, but I don't want to say anything yet. I don't know if it's going to be. But yeah, I want more information on it. I want to be able to pre-order this figure because it looks fucking awesome. And the other thing they announced in the month of October, which caught me off guard, I was like, holy shit, that's actually pretty freaking cool. They revealed Lobo, and not only just a cool Lobo figure, but it also comes with his famous Space Hog vehicle. I have a Lobo in my collection, but honestly, I might replace it with this because this honestly looks so fucking cool. Not only do you get a nice Lobo figure, I think it's different from the one that was originally released. You definitely get two different heads for him, which is pretty cool. You get his bike, which also looks really cool. And then there's a couple other accessories that I think just really kind of complete this packaging. First is this guitar weapon. I'm not too familiar with Lobo and, you know, his backstory and weapons and stuff like that, but he comes with this really awesome guitar. I'm not sure if it's a weapon or not, but it just looks so fucking like Lobo, like it's so metal and badass that it looks sick. Like it's such a cool accessory. And then the other accessory, which I thought was very, very cute, is this little dog, this little like bulldog that you can put on the back of the bike. It's so cute. I'm sure the dog has a name. I don't know what it is, but he just looks so fucking adorable with his little hat. And you can kind of rest him on the back of the bike. I'll put a picture of that, what it looks like. And you get a little stand to display the bike on. It just looks so cool. It's a nice overall package in my opinion. I'm not usually a vehicle kind of guy, but this thing looks awesome. Next, we got some Marvel Legends news. This is kind of coming off the 10/27 event as well, as we talked about in the Transformers news portion during the 10/27 event. Marvel Legends also announced a couple figures, and they revealed a couple figures for an upcoming Spider-Man Retro Wave. And during the event, they revealed Last Stand Spider-Man, Scarlet Spider-Man, and Jack-O-Lantern. And then also a couple days later, there was also a Comic-Con event in London, and they ended up revealing the rest of the wave. So I'm just going to talk about this, and then we'll talk about the wave as a whole. So to round out the wave, they will be releasing another Spider-Man suit called Spider-Shot, Tombstone, and a character who I am not familiar with at all. I actually had to go and look her up to see if she was even a Spider-Man villain, is a character by the name of Hollow's Eve. So this is actually a pretty cool wave, starting from my least liked figure to my most liked figure. I think the Spider-Shot Spider-Man kind of looks the lamest in my opinion. It's not my favorite Spider-Man suit at all. I don't even know what story it's from, but yeah, for me it's kind of a hard pass. Next, I would say Jack-O-Lantern is another one that I'm not really looking forward to. He looks okay, but he does have another Marvel Legends figure that released a couple years before, and I actually prefer that version of him more, and that would be the version I would try and secure. This one, I know it's a very retro look for Jack-O-Lantern, and that's like, I think that's what he first debuted in, but for me personally, not for me. Then we have Spider-Man Last Stand, and this is a figure, I'm surprised how much I actually like it. It's Spider-Man in a leather jacket, but it just looks so cool in my opinion. I don't know what it is, but there's just something about it that really appeals to me. I'm actually considering pre-ordering it whenever that comes up, but yeah, just, I don't know. I don't want to like it as much as I do, but I do really like it for some reason. And then we have the Scarlet Spider, the very retro-looking Scarlet Spider. Actually, speaking of this I believe is a re-release of sorts. I'm sure there's new modeling on it, but this version of Spider-Man was originally available on a retro card, and now they are putting it out again. Like I said, I believe there's new tooling and parts. I don't think it's just a straight-up re-release, but it's a pretty cool-looking one. Like, I do like that version of Scarlet Spider, so I might grab this as well whenever the pre-orders come up. And then we have Hollow's Eve, which at first look, I thought it was like a female hobgoblin type character because she is dressed in orange and she does have a statue as well. But yeah, she is actually a Spider-Man character. She's a newer Spider-Man character. I didn't do too much research. I just basically wanted to validate if she was a Spider-Man villain, and she is. I honestly probably am going to pick her up just because she is a Spider-Man villain. I want to add it to my Spider-Man villain collection. And then rounding out this wave, which I think is probably the best looking figure in this wave, is the Tombstone. I didn't think I was going to like this figure as much as I do because I already have a Tombstone. Tombstone already has a Marvel Legends release that came out a couple years ago. And that's kind of what I think of when I think of Tombstone. But I really like this kind of gangster version of Tombstone. Him in the suit. I love the head sculpts. He comes with 2 different head sculpts. I love the smirking look. I love the one where he's showing his teeth off. Plus, it also comes on the retro card. Like, there's just so much I like about this figure. Plus, you can add him along with, like, Hammerhead and Kingpin, and you can have, like, a whole gangster type display going on in your Spider-Man collection. So, yeah, just a very, very cool looking figure. I didn't think I was going to like it as much as I do, but yeah, it looks awesome. Next, we got some Dragon Ball SH Figuarts news, and they actually revealed a bunch of figures in the month of October. First one was at New York Comic-Con. They showed off some characters that I don't know how excited people are for because it is from a version of Dragon Ball that people don't really care for, but they showed off a Pam in Trunks from Dragon Ball GT. I've mentioned it before, I'm not a big GT guy. Personally, I don't really like that version of Trunks. I just think he looks super dorky compared to, you know, what I think of Trunks, him in that blue jacket with the sword. Like, that's my Trunks. This Trunks just looks super dorky. So probably going to skip on that. But the Pan figure, I actually like quite a bit. I'm going to keep an eye out on her. They kind of made it seem like this is going to be a 2-pack. Like, they didn't officially announce anything like that, but when I think of them, I kind of think of them together. So I don't know if they're going to have separate releases or put in a 2-pack together. If that's the case, I might have to get the Trunks, but I definitely want to get that Pan. I think she just looks really good. Also at New York Comic Con, they revealed a new Vegeta figure, and this Vegeta figure is going to be called the 24,000 power level Vegeta. And we saw Vegeta earlier in this episode, and honestly, that's what I was mentioning earlier, where this is my version of Vegeta. This is the look I like for Vegeta, where the look that they're going for in this figure is more of his debut look of when he debuted on Dragon Ball Z with the big shoulder pads. It looks okay, but me personally, I don't really care for that version of Vegeta. I like his version later on where he got rid of the shoulder pads. He still has the Saiyan armor, like we showed off earlier with that figure, but yeah, the shoulder pads just look so dorky in my opinion. So for me personally, this is going to be a complete skip, but I thought it looks okay, but like I said, I don't like the shoulder piece look for Vegeta. Next figure they revealed in the month of October was a new Goku. This is Super Saiyan God Goku, who comes in red hair. I'm not too familiar with this version of Goku, but he does look okay. I don't know if I'm going to pre-order this, to be honest. I don't know if I want to add this to my collection. It does look cool, but I'm just so not familiar with it that I don't know if I want to add it to my collection. There's a chance I might, but I would say for right now, I'm probably gonna pass on the figure. But last but not least, the figure that they announced that I'm actually quite interested in, even though it's a character I have no idea who it is a character by the name of Kawaii or something like that. I looked up the pronunciation, and it's like Kui or Kiwi or something like that. Basically, he's a villain. He's part of Frieza's army. I'm not familiar with him, but I always like getting villains. I think that's pretty cool, kind of building out the larger world of Dragon Ball. He's like an alien. He's got the Saiyan armor, like a purplish, kind of bluish. But the thing for me that like really pushes this figure into being, I might have to get this figure, is this head sculpt that he comes with, where it looks like his eyes are bulging at, not it looks like his eyes are bulging out of his head. His eyes are bulging out of his head, and his mouth is open, his tongue sticking out. It just looks so fucking ridiculous. He looks like a Simpsons character. And I just think it looks so dumb, but I love it so much. It's such a funny accessory to me. I love that head sculpt. But yeah, I might consider picking this one up, even though I'm not too familiar with the character. I'm going to keep an eye on this one for sure. I might be picking this one up. And last but not least, we are ending out on some wrestling news, and this was something that I was not expecting. This is another one of those things where I saw it and I'm like, wow, that's fucking cool. And the figures, it's multiple figures, that I am talking about is the 5-pack of the LWO group, where you will get Rey Mysterio, Santos Escobar, Selena Vega, Cruz del Toro, and Joaquin Wilde. Yes, a 5-pack. Mattel just kind of randomly dropped this in the month of October. I don't think anyone was really expecting it. And honestly, it looks really, really cool. Like, we get a new Santos Escobar. He previously has had an Elite figure, but this is more of an updated look for him. He's got the longer hair. He's got pretty cool attire, dressed in the Mexican flag colors, red, green, and white. Also comes with a cloth LWO shirt, which looks pretty cool. Then you got Selena Vega. Me personally, I don't collect the female wrestling figures, but I think this one looks pretty cool. And then we got Rey Mysterio looking pretty cool. For me personally, that mask looks fucking awesome. The like shark mask, it looks sick. I can see a lot of cool customs being made with that. But as far as the figure itself, he comes more in like street gear. He comes in like jeans and stuff. He also comes with an LWO cloth shirt. But in terms of it being in like wrestling gear, that's not the case. But you definitely could take the head and make a custom with it, which I think a lot of people are going to do. But yeah, that head sculpt is money. I think that looks so cool. And then last but not least, Cruz del Toro and Joaquin Wilde. I didn't think these guys were ever going to get Elite figures, to be honest with you. I just thought they were going to just kind of always be passed up for like a Roman or a John Cena, Hulk Hogan, you know, the bigger names. But the fact they're even getting some Elite figures is pretty cool. First, we got Cruz del Toro. I think the head sculpt looks good for him. It has all his tattoos. Attire looks pretty cool. He also comes with an LWO cloth shirt, which is always really appreciated. But for me personally, the standout of this 5-pack is Joaquin Wilde. I think his figure looks awesome. I think he also has a great head sculpt. He's got all his tattoos. I really like his attire. It's very colorful. You got the yellow, the blue, and the pink. Also comes with the LWO cloth shirt as well. And I think I might be a little impartial to the Joaquin Wilde figure because I've seen him for a long time. You know, I remember when he was wrestling in TNA as DJ Zima Ion, or Zima Ion, and then he turned into DJZ. So I've kind of always wanted a DJZ figure, Zima Ion figure, whatever you want to call him. And for him to finally be getting one, I think is really, really cool. For me personally, he's the one that, like, you gotta get this pack for. This is going to be an exclusive to Mattel Creations, which is a website where Mattel releases kind of exclusive stuff. Kind of more like fan-funded things, kind of stuff that's like on a limited run they'll do there. And that's exactly what this is going to be. There's going to be a limited run. So it's going to run from November 9th to November 24th. That's the period that you get to pre-order it. And it's going to be made to order. So they're only going to make as many as people order. So if people order 5,000, they're not going to make 5,001. They're only going to make 5,000. Now, I'm sure they'll probably make some extras and maybe give it to like Ringside Collectibles as an exclusive, maybe like a limited run. Maybe they put it on the WWE shop or something like that, or maybe they just keep a couple for themselves on the Mattel Creations website and they sell some there. I'm sure they're going to do that because making stuff to order, it just doesn't make sense. Because what if, you know, there are only like 2,000 made? Is that really enough to put all the figures into production? You know, they're probably going to make a certain amount. Now, they're definitely going to make however many people order, but I think there will be some extras. But I would say if you are interested in getting this, definitely pre-order it within the window, because if you're hoping that, oh, maybe, you know, Ringside Collectibles will get it or something like that, I wouldn't hold my breath on that. I wouldn't want to leave too much to chance. So if you are excited about this 5-pack, I would definitely say order it in the window between November 9th and November 24th, because if you don't, you might miss your opportunity to be picking up this 5-pack. But honestly, I hope this is kind of a thing to come where, you know, I would like to see them do more kind of 5-packs like this, or maybe a 4-pack, 3-pack, whatever the case may be. But just kind of, you know, this is going to sound rude, but, you know, I don't think many people are going to want a Cruz del Toro or Joaquin Wilde figure compared to like a Mysterio or Santos Escobar. Those are definitely the bigger names in the group. So if you can package the kind of less desired names with some of the bigger names, I think it would make for a really cool pack. Another one that I think would be pretty cool would be like an Imperium one, you know, a 3-pack with them. Maybe they go old school with it. They pick out a faction from like DX. Maybe they do a DX 5-pack or something like that, or 3-pack, something along those lines. I just think there's a lot of potential with what they can do with these multi-packs. So I hope they do some more. I think it's really cool, and I'm very excited to pick this one up. I'm definitely going to be pre-ordering this because I want to get myself that Joaquin Wilde and Cruz del Toro figure because they look sick. So that is it for the news and the pre-orders and basically the video. We're going to be wrapping it up here. Hope you guys enjoyed this episode of my monthly figure pickups for the month of October 2023. Showed off some pretty cool stuff, pre-ordered some cool stuff was announced. It was a very exciting episode. But all good things must come to an end, and that is what's going to happen here. So I want to thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Again, congratulations to J2 Slick on winning the Danhausen ringside exclusive figure. If I have not reached out to you by the time this video comes out, definitely contact me and be like, hey, asshole, you said you were going to message me, you never did. What the hell's going on? Feel free to say those things, because that's me not being a man of my word. But I made a note of it in my phone to contact you, so I mean, it might slip my mind, but I'm pretty sure I'll be contacting you, but in case I don't, feel free to be very vulgar and mean towards me. But maybe we'll do a giveaway again in the future. Who knows? We'll see. No promises as of right now, but it is something I might consider in the future, so look forward to that. Speaking of stuff to look forward to the next episode for my monthly figure pickups for the month of November 2023. This should be a pretty dangerous month. November and December are going to be a dangerous month because November is going to be Black Friday. Black Friday doesn't really exist anymore. It used to be one day out of the whole month, but with Black Friday deals now, it's basically like the whole month of November. Companies are like, we make so much money in this one weekend in November because technically the deals run from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then on Monday it's Cyber Monday. And there are some companies that wait for this time to like generate so much revenue for their company. And they're like, you know, why wait for this one weekend? We'll just turn November into a whole month of deals and sales. And that's basically what it's become. So November's probably going to be pretty dangerous for me. I'm going to try and control myself, but I can't, as you can tell by my collection. So I don't think there's anything in particular that I'm looking for, but I like a good deal. So we'll have to wait to see what comes. But yeah, I might have some Black Friday stuff for the month of November. Definitely should have some for the episode in December, but I might have some as well for the November episode. So look forward to that. Again, I want to thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. Keep up with everything that's going on the channel. I will catch you guys next month. And until then, guys, peace out.